Welcome back. I think we've got audio and video and all the usual things. And here's the cat doing some eating. As always, this little furry critter is Tuco. He's the cat. He's the star of the show. He owns the place. And this is going to be a continuation on a project to build a robot that follows him around to get a better view. And so, lots of different ways to make that happen, but the way that we are working on in this project is to have a camera on a gimbal that then kind of floats around in the sky, not on propellers, but on cords and winches and pulleys, so as to be quiet and not be burning out motors all the time and scaring the cat. So I've been streaming a little less than usual on account of having a cold last week and then having some kind of random food poisoning yesterday. But now I think we should get back to it. And I think we're ready to do some CAD perhaps. Oh, so this is what's going on elsewhere. Still running a voltage glitching experiment. It's continuing, hasn't found anything yet, which means the parameters are probably no good. But at least it hasn't stopped, so that's a thing. This is what we're looking for, though. Let's switch back to this computer. Hey, cat, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Still gonna be eaten. So yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to use a robot to follow him around. That'll be really nice. So, actually, I've got a drawing on the whiteboard over there that might help. There's the cat. Anyway, I've got a better picture of that on my phone. Oh, yeah, I guess even when I'm streaming less than usual, it is still a lot of streaming, which it's nice to know that I have a good buffer before completely dropping off the face of the internet. I know some people, who do episodic work can get far enough ahead that they can, release stuff on a timer. That's not really going to show up, is it? Let's maybe get the screencast. Is that connected? Kind of. That's better. So yeah, this is, I don't know, there are still a lot of holes in this design, until we've had a chance to prototype more things and CAD more things. But this is one of the more recent iterations of the actual robot part. And this is looking a little bit less like, so I guess the two designs that I can think of, I might call the pancake and the kind of, the vertical barbell. So some folks on the stream were kind enough to point out photos of these like sports ball camera devices, which I've already forgotten what they're called. But basically, there's a very large version of this that people use in sports arenas for tracking the events with really fast-moving cameras, and those work by having a camera with presumably some kind of gimbal at the bottom of this kind of like Steadicam looking stick, where there's a center of gravity in the middle where all the wires are attached. Then there's a camera at the bottom and a counterweight at the top. So that seems like a good design if you want to make sure that any pull on the wire is always getting your center of gravity, which is harder if the connections aren't so close to the center there. the kind of pancake idea that I had in mind before. I wonder if I still have a diagram of that. But it was basically something flat, or nearly flat, with the gimbal kind of in the middle, kind of more quadcopter shaped. But imagine at each of the four corners, instead of a propeller and a motor, you have an attachment for a cord. And so that means you would have trouble with that cord not necessarily pulling at the center of gravity, so it would cause some rotation. And that would be more pronounced as the robot gets closer to the edges of the room, where there's more, more of an extreme angle difference between the different attachment points. But one thing I liked about the design, even though it wasn't necessarily mechanically optimal, was that it gave me a lot of good space to put the, like that depth camera that I have sitting off to the side and aiming down. So I still want some room for both. I think I want some sensors that are spaced a little further away from the center of gravity like that. And I think it actually might also be helpful for stability to even not necessarily anchor the cords like right at the middle, but to, if I anchor them further from the middle, then that means I can apply, I can use the tension between the winch cords to help rotationally stabilize the whole platform. I don't know how much that's necessary, but that's something that I may want control over. The main reason to think about kind of doing something in between the kind of barbell and flat design, I think, is to give room for that depth camera. And so my idea with that depth camera is that it would actually have, and I need to figure out how much CPU overhead this is going to take on the Raspberry Pi. I need to figure out what the field of view is going to look like relative to all the placement. And ideally, I wouldn't necessarily have it looking through the wires, so maybe I move the wire attachment up. But the basic idea with that depth camera is that can see both the little stalk that the gimbal is on and kind of the immediate area around it minus a small shadow. So with that, if I have people walking around in the vicinity of this, or if it's maneuvering around furniture or lab equipment, then it can see when a collision is about to happen, which seems useful. So yeah, that's roughly what I plan to make the actual robot look like. And I think there's still a lot of variables, like, I need to figure out how well the depth camera thing is going to work at all. I need to figure out whether the center of gravity works at all. I might want to attach this not at the, not like halfway down the stalk there, but maybe like at the top. I might want to attach it there and instead, in order to keep it out of the way of the cameras and to give that kind of rotational stability I was talking about. And that's roughly it. And I was also just starting to think about maybe the remote controls that would be around the shop. Since, of course, you'd want mostly the ability to control this from wherever, but I probably want at least a couple of physical devices that, at the very minimum, have an emergency stop on them. But then I was thinking, if I have a box around the shop, or maybe a couple of these that have emergency stops for the robot, it would also be nice to control it from there, so that visitors who just want to control the robot can just walk up to this thing and interact with it. So for that, all it really needs is, Raspberry Pi Zero or something like that, a screen that I can hook up to the SDI video feed, some controller inputs. And then I was thinking this might be a good place to put some kind of privacy slider so that I could have control over what areas of the shop the robot was allowed to visit. Like, for example, you can see that, so this is like my shop where I do my work for my own stuff and for my day job, and I also live here, so it would be nice to have some ability to be able to, like, go between my bedroom and my bathroom without being on the internet, if that's a thing. But, that seems pretty basic. Like, I could pretty easily limit the angles that the robot could rotate the gimbal to, and it's actually got a natural blind spot just due to the way the gimbal is built, kind of pointing directly at the kitchen area there. So, I think that's mostly a software problem in terms of how do I get the feedback I need. I think my favorite strategy so far is to actually use the Raspberry Pi and FPGA up here that'll be controlling the rig. My favorite strategy, I think, is to actually wire into the encoder for that first axis on the gimbal, so I can just tap that signal and read off the absolute angle that is at. So that'll tell me roughly where the camera's pointed, plus or minus the amount of rotational kind of non-centeredness I get from having the winches kind of pulling at different angles. So, oh, neat. Philip in chat says that they had to bail on my last stream for a beer festival, which sounds actually kind of great. But then also they had a question as to how I arrive at my wacky project names. I think you'd have to be more specific, I guess, because I don't know, it's not like I just have a bucket of wacky project names. It's more like I have some things that I like and some things that I don't like, and I kind of maneuver around those until I find something that I can be happy with. Oh, hey, Tuco, welcome back. Do we have cat? That is the robot leash. This is, I don't think it's quite 100 feet. I haven't actually measured it, but it's probably somewhere between like 70 and 100 feet of a combination coax, Cat5, and speaker cable, which I'll be using for 12-volt power. And this will be running the robot. I'll be hanging this from some bungees from the ceiling. So this should be plenty for providing power for the robot. I was having trouble with the power cable that was originally paired with this like CCTV coax. It was just too light gauge. I was running an amp through it and getting like 4 volts drop, which is not ideal. And so this Cat5, you know, I could use it for a lot of things, but I'm planning on using it actually for 2 different 100 base T networks. So the Raspberry Pi up there will actually have 2 network adapters, and I want to have the motors on a separate network for reliability's sake. You know, I want to, and I think that'll be beneficial for a few reasons. I'll be able to do broadcasts on that network and not have to worry about other traffic changing the timing characteristics too much. I can also, I'm thinking about implementing the emergency stop just by cutting the network signal and having all the motor drivers use a really fast watchdog timer so that if they don't get network updates within, you know, a few milliseconds, they cut the motor power. Oh yeah, Alfie asks how I made the loom, whether it's heat shrink or tape. Yeah, I didn't use heat shrink for this, unfortunately. This is just little strips of gaff tape, which should be fine. I'm hoping it's fine, but heat shrink would have been more satisfying. I wouldn't have been able to get that over the coax, so I would have had to re-terminate that. But yeah, one thing I need to do is actually terminate this. I was waiting for more XT60 connectors, but I think I'm going to put an XT60 connector, which is kind of something that you see a lot on like RC helicopter batteries. Put one of those on here. It's a little overkill for the amount of current I'll be passing through this wire, but mechanically they're nice and sturdy and they won't vibrate loose easily. And then the video already has BNC jacks, and it should be all right. This probably isn't the best cable, but it so far has been fine. And so far, I haven't even had any problems that have prompted me to try using the reclocking repeater that I'd planned on including. So I might leave that off the robot itself. And if I end up having problems with the signal distribution, you know, elsewhere in my shop, I can always put the repeater at the, you know, at the base station end of this loom, since, yeah, the signal seems to get through this just fine, even given the not super optimal coax that I ended up using inside the gimbal. Tuco, you keeping that computer warm? That is the computer we were going to be doing the CAD on. Oh, I also got these new Wera screwdrivers, or the hex wrenches that were recommended. I forget who recommended this, but somebody recommended these, I think on Twitter. And yeah, they're kind of pricey for what they are, but they look really nice. Like I think maybe at this stage in my life, I'm ready to own a set of hex wrenches this nice. So they were, how much was this? Like $30, which is a lot for a set of hex wrenches. But hey, Tuco. Oh no, the advertising bot is back. Let's switch that back to the CAD machine. That's not the right machine. All right. So for CAD, there's a lot of options here. I mean, I just showed you a whiteboard drawing of a whole bunch of pieces that oh, I was just noticing some chat again. Question about zip ties. I don't know where that came from originally, but yeah, zip ties can definitely be really sharp. And they can, like, I like using them for wires in certain circumstances, but for something like this where the wire is going to be under a lot of stress, I would worry that the zip ties would end up digging into it. So the thing I like about the gaff tape is that it's really sticky, but it has some give to it. So if the wires kind of shift a little bit, the adhesive will just kind of like smear and the wires will be fine. It won't break anything. Let's get this on the star of the show. Oh, he likes hanging out there when the O-scope is running, but the O-scope is off right now. Oh, and then Bob asks on chat, does Tuco have extra thumbs on his forepaws, by the way? He does. He is a polydactyl kitty. So he's got, if this was me, well, so how many fingers do you have on the front? You've got your regular 4, and then, so he's got basically the regular 5 human fingers, plus he's got an extra claw that would be like right there. Pretty interesting hands on the little guy. Oh, I'm just noticing on the other monitor that I think the video recorder got stuck on the other channel. Maybe it was fine and just stopped updating the screen, but I was concerned when it was still showing the Apple TV stuff. Yeah, and then Teely points out in chat that these wrenches have color-coded size, which, yeah, I'm super into that. Especially just given that these look so different than the really low-quality hex wrenches that tend to come with stuff, that I won't like grab one of those by accident when I know I could be using this, and I'll be sure to put these back in the right place and all that. So, yeah, so I guess I needed the M3 to take a look at this. So this is the thing that we designed on a previous stream. Let's get this going too. Come on, Servo AF. All right, so this thing has its share of problems. Most notably, you can see the print looked super grungy right here. And I can't even really quite tell what happened here. You know, it looks like the printer just stopped printing at a certain layer, and I wasn't watching it while it was finishing this print, but it did the same thing when I resliced it and printed it, you know. So as far as I can tell, the geometry was kind of confusing the slicer, and it didn't actually generate any of the geometry above this section, and this edge was just kind of thin in the model to begin with. So yeah, so the top side of this capstan ended up looking pretty gross. But other than that, this actually ended up working quite well. So, in fact, this thing right here is one of the riskiest parts of this design. So this was a suggestion, I think, from US Water Rockets in chat, and we were thinking about set screw strategies. So, you know, here's an M3 by 8, I think, metric screw, and there's a nut in there which I'll probably never get out, but it slides in there in that slot actually pretty easily. And then on the other side is a D-shaped shaft. I think this one's 6mm with a 5.5mm diameter where the cutout is. Oh man, let's maybe not be Servo AF here. I think it just really likes the calipers. So yeah, this part actually ended up working out quite nicely. So you can see here, oh, maybe it's not doing it as much since I've tightened this a couple times, but when I first put this on, it would tend to wobble when I rotated it. But I think my goal with designing this D slot was to have it be like right exactly where it was supposed to be at the bottom of the slot, but then to have some tolerance built in throughout the rest of the slot to accommodate the plastic and to not over-constrain the shaft so it would kind of wobble as it spins. So the result was when I first put this on, it didn't have any like wobble that indicated it was binding in the shaft, but it did just have some like off-centeredness because it was sitting in not the right part of the D shaft. But then as soon as I tightened this down the first time, it actually found that seating in exactly the right spot, and I think now it's actually quite good as far as alignment. And the other thing I was worried about was the way this screw is angled, it naturally wants to push the shaft out as you're tightening it. So I was a little worried about how easy it would be to tighten this, but it's actually pretty fine. Like, I do tend to hold it in the right position, just, I don't know how necessary that is, but even just a little bit of light holding this down as you tighten the set screw. And then this tightens quite firmly. Now, a little bit of wobble in like that axis, but given the function of this capstan, that should be fine. I mean, it's fine within the tolerances I care about, I think. So I was pretty glad about how that worked. I think that's probably preferable to having what amounts to a cutout in here that the cord would have to pass over to accommodate a set screw. So then, okay, so on the plus side, the set screw worked out nicely. On the minus side, the whole bottom of the print kind of didn't. Also on the minus side, the cord, I don't think we can use the capstan the way we'd been thinking, where the cord loops over it multiple times, because it's just so easy to get it tangled that way. I don't think it's going to work. Let's get a little bit of cord here to demonstrate. So I think the original plan with this capstan, I wanted this to accommodate 2 loops of the cord, like that, so that, you know, if this is mounted fairly stable, how did I even do this before? So, imagine that, except without it being held in my teeth, but be, you know, imagine this thing stable and then the cord passing through it. But it's very hard to get this to not want to overlap itself. Even if I try to angle them so that they're fairly separate, it just wants to knot over itself very, very quickly. So I don't think that capstan kind of approach is going to work out too well, like unless we can find some way of significantly decreasing its tendency to just like wander on top of itself. But on the bright side, I think I've got a better design anyway that'll just have less cord-on-cord friction like that. Let's see. This is a combination from a couple of good suggestions. The particular suggestion that replaces the capstan, so this is basically an idea that came from US Water Rockets also, and they drew this diagram originally that showed the cord passing over an idler, and then these 2 idlers basically convert some of the cord's tension into kind of pressure, you know, against the capstan. So, you know, you could do something like this to convert just a little bit of that tension into pressure against the capstan, or something like this to use much more of it. So we probably want something kind of in between. And then, I'm spacing out the name. I think his name was Dan. Someone in the YouTube comments from a couple of streams ago reported, or actually suggested this really nice idea where it would be better to put the encoder over on the non kind of load-bearing side of it, and then to use just a plain old idler at the end of the load cell. And I think the original goal for that was to decrease the kind of sideways load on the encoder's bearing, which is probably a good idea for encoder longevity. And when I designed these idlers, I can really design it so that the force, you know, that the force vector of that rope is like really lined up with the, you know, the axis that the ball race is in. So it doesn't, you know, it doesn't like want to pull the bearing apart as it's carrying that load. So I like that idea, and that also lets that kind of frees up the encoder to have a much simpler arrangement so that the cord is kind of coming in straight like this. So with this arrangement, you wouldn't be winding it all the way around this capstan. It would just wind like mostly around like this, or just kind of partially bump into it like that. And then you'd have 3 idler pulleys, each with a bearing. Then this capstan with the encoder. And then only this idler over here would have to be mounted on the load cell. And then this whole contraption, including this final idler, would want to be lined up with the load cell axis, so that you basically want this idler to have the cord coming in parallel to the load cell and exiting perpendicular, so that we're measuring only this force and not this force. So I think that plan works out. Let's see, let's go to chat, because there are a couple suggestions, and I'm going to look like a dork just trying to read the stream, or read the screen, without anyone else being able to see. Is this going to work? I don't actually need to log in to see chat. Did I not pop that out successfully? There we go. Oh yeah, so Heribert suggests using an optical mouse sensor. We talked about that a little bit on some earlier streams. Um, I mean, it seems like it might work. It just doesn't really seem better in any way than using. I mean, I guess the thing is you're trading off having to keep the cord pressed against a capstan for having to keep the cord within the limits of kind of an optical pattern recognition kind of sensor. So I don't know. I mean, that might work. This seemed easier to make reliable. It seemed like having the cord just pressed against a capstan and having some extra pulleys is probably easier than trying to tune that system so that it can see the cord and so that the cord never moves too fast for it. Because one thing I like about this is that this can handle a really wide range of speeds. Oh, actually, so Microhex says, shame you can't just buy dedicated mouse sensors. I think you can, actually. I have one that was sold as a kit by Parallax, and I think they just bought the chip and made a breakout board. And I think you can find these on like DigiKey. Like, I wonder if they still have these. Because I know you've been able to buy, not that website. You've been able to buy kits that have the optical mouse chip itself and the lens, and then that's pretty much all you need. As a mouse maker, you're just supplying, like a fancy box and a protocol. Usually, I mean, sometimes those have built-in USB. Is this easy enough to search for? Optical mouse sensors has an entire category in DigiKey. I'm curious what the specs are for rates. So a lot of these are obsolete. Let's see if they have anything in stock. What? Nothing in stock? Huh. I guess they got out of this business. Well, this at least tells you who might make the sensor. So it looks like Broadcom and Cypress are the two. You might not be able to buy them here, but at least there's probably data sheets. Oh, this one looks familiar. This looks similar to the one that I saw Parallax reselling. So yeah, it has a lens. You supply your own LED. The later ones that use lasers usually had that on chip, or in the module at least. 30 inches per second. And 500 counts per inch. Yeah, that seems like it'd be fine. I don't know, this is an option. It seems a little more annoying to design something around this. I mean, you'd still need a lot of the same mechanical components. I don't know which one would end up being cheaper. I mean, these are probably cheaper overall, because I think these rotary encoders, when you buy them from like a fancy manufacturer, tend to be kind of expensive. I got a cheap lot of them on eBay for like $12 each. But these are generally what you use in making industrial machinery, so they are a little more expensive than like consumer electronics silicon. Oh, Tuco's right here next to me. I should move the camera. I don't know. It's an interesting suggestion. I definitely considered it. I think I discarded it at first because I figured I would end up needing the bearing and the reliable dust-free optical path and a lot of that stuff anyway, and it just seemed like I'd be reinventing too many wheels to do anything other than just buy one of these units. But I can certainly see the other perspective, and I think for the moment I'm just going to go with what I got, but this is certainly an approach that I would encourage someone to experiment with. And yeah, I'm curious where you buy these things now, because I guess you can't get them from DigiKey. I wonder if Parallax still sells them. Yeah, I have like one of these. So I could experiment with it, but I couldn't build 4 bots with it. MCS 12806 chip. Let's see if these are still available. That's not it. Not available. I remember Parallax discontinued a bunch of their sensors not too long ago. Yeah, Yeah, I don't know. Line scan sensors might be fun. Oh, I've also got one of these. These seem kind of fun too. It's a really simple, like, radar phase difference detector kind of thing. It can detect motion. You can kind of use it to detect speed. This website is not the easiest thing to search on. Well, I'm not seeing it here. I vaguely remember hearing that it was discontinued, but I don't remember if that's real. So yeah, one problem might even be sourcing the materials, but... Oh, okay, that's nice too. Avago 3310. It doesn't have acceleration built in, which would be nice. Yeah, it's always Broadcom. Yeah, I guess that's what we're deciding. I thought I had seen these, but apparently that's a dream at this point. Yeah. Oh, and so optical sensors versus mechanical encoders. I guess what do you mean by mechanical encoder? You mean like a button, a little like piece of metal? Um, an idler pulley with a tire. I mean, it's for like grippiness. My original plan was to basically use something like this, but with another pulley that kind of pressed against it to provide some friction. Oh, okay, you mean optical mouse sensors versus like a ball mouse. Yeah, because the mechanical ball mice actually do use optical encoders also to make this more confusing. But then there is a type of encoder that is not optical. I've just never seen those used on a mouse because it would be kind of high friction. Well, let's see if we can make some progress with these pulleys. So, okay, some problems with the original capstan. I also made an idler, which has some problems. Okay. So this one has the problem with it kind of getting tangled with itself, which I think I solved just by having a different design. So in that case, what I wanted was to make this capstan, I wanted to make it less tall. So I wanted to make it shorter so that it only needed to hold just a single cord. It didn't need to hold two loops. I wanted to keep the set screw arrangement because that works all right. And I wanted to fix whatever was causing this to not print right. So this was my next attempt. So you can see it's shorter. I also made this angle shallower in an attempt to make it print better. But you can see just overall the print quality on this one kind of ended up bad. I think this was me setting the infill too high in an attempt to make it stronger, but it just ended up kind of depositing more material than really had space, so it ended up kind of leaving me with a bad texture there. And I couldn't even really try this one out because there's enough extra material in the shaft slot there that I couldn't get the shaft in. So I could try to clean this up, but I think I'm just going to reprint this with less infill so that it doesn't look so gross and so that it doesn't have so many irregularities. And yeah, this worked as far as I could tell, but it was hard to really test it without a better print. So we have an opportunity to mess with this design if we want, but I think mostly I'm just going to be reprinting this. Then this was the most recent design. This is just a really simpler idler that fits onto a 606 size skate bearing. Which of these is the right size? Oh, that's big. So, yeah, it's the 606 bearings are nice because then you can use M6 screws, and they're also, I have a bunch of them. So the idea here was enough room for basically just a screw head on this side, and then on this side enough room for a nut or a plastic standoff. Probably this would have some kind of standoff that would raise it to the right height, and then a nut behind it, and then all of this space to grip onto whatever plastic frame this was in. So that part seemed alright, although as you can see this kind of ended up splitting. I think part of it was the same problem the other one had with just too much infill causing it to print badly. But then part of it was I made the slot for this bearing way too tight, so getting the bearing in involved cracking the plastic. So I think maybe the first thing we should do is just make some very small alterations to these and get them started reprinting, since I think this stuff is mostly fine. I think I want to try to get the bearing out of this one though. Well, that piece didn't have a lot of lamination to it. Okay, so that was actually the ridge that was supposed to hold the bearing on, and you can see that it kind of fought with the bearing, and the bearing kind of won, but not quite enough for it to just completely fall apart. There's like a little bump in there that was supposed to be holding the bearing in. I don't know how necessary that is. It was just me trying to keep the bearing from just totally wandering off as it rolls and rolls. There we go. So, got our bearing out, and this terrible idler. So I have some ideas for how to make that less of a super tight fit. You can see the weak place in this print was still the this area up here where there were shells on the inside and the outside and not a whole lot of infill connecting them. Something to watch out for when designing 3D prints for strength is there's kind of this zone where the part is thick enough that you can get all the shells in, but not quite thick enough where the infill actually connects the shells to each other. That might also just be something you can, you could just have your slicer be smart enough to avoid that, but if the software isn't already smart enough to avoid that, then you have to look out for it and adjust the settings. Oh, there's also a suggestion that, let me pull this up too. So yeah, Doomel29 says you could buy some of those $2 RC speed encoders. That seems useful. I mean, I think like $12 or whatever these were was pretty worth it for something this solid and high resolution, because these are like 300 count per revolution. I did want relatively accurate, oh, that's not what I want. I did want relatively accurate encoders for this because I want to be able to pick up fairly small movements. But, I mean, you can solve that problem in other ways also. Yeah, so these things are nice. Oh, I have something like this that I pulled out of an old flatbed scanner too, which is pretty useful. Yeah, I got this out of a really old flatbed scanner somewhere, and it was just such a nice motor that even though the whole case for the scanner I had to get rid of, this thing was just too nice. Wow, yeah, let's look at this under the microscope maybe. So this is a worm drive motor, gear. There's also a belt that goes around there and another idler, which I saved, because this was driving the linear sensor back and forth across the document you're scanning. So this sensor basically sets your vertical resolution. And it's got this, so I guess the ones on the eBay here look like stamped metal, but this one is very finely printed plastic. What is that square doing? We don't got no time for squares. Oh wow, it has a brand name. Relatic. Yeah, wow. So these are pretty nice. I suspect if I took apart the encoders we have, we might find something similar to this. Where's the labeling? I mean, this says HP all over it. I think I found an HP part number on it somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the actual HP part number from the scanner. Anyway, this is yet another thing we could be using for this project, but aren't. Mostly because I only have one of them. Everything I do for this project, I need to be able to get them reliably in at least quantity 4. Hey, cat puddle. All right. Oh, sorry. There's something about CAD. I've got the pink ink for making more CAD prints. If anybody's into that. Oh, gotcha. Tutuco, idler pulley, winch pivot pulley, grippy idler pulley. Yeah, this is basically my original design, but I wasn't necessarily going to rely on just having a grippy surface here. I was probably going to have like another little spring-loaded pulley that squished onto that. But I don't know, this would probably work. I like the way this design keeps the load mostly off of the encoder, which seems good for preserving its lifetime. It makes it easy to replace the bearings over there. Yeah. There's a lot of ways to solve this problem. But Vago. Oh geez, yeah. That sounds like the stuff that they would have used in the scanner, but oh, are we talking mouse parts here or just plain old encoders? Tuco in a bulldog suit. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think what I'm interested in doing is having the weight of yeah, I mean, there's at least one more pulley that we need. Like, so the main reason I couldn't make it just exactly this simple was that this doesn't actually come to the edge here. It kind of varies in and out, and it varies by a significant amount, like probably 20 or 30 degrees, and this is where the load cell would go for measuring the force on this cord. And if this deviates from parallel, then that starts adding or subtracting from that measurement. All right. Well, let's work on some idlers. Encoder capstan. Yes, I did actually manage to make this into a separate Fusion 360 project for once. So, is my space mouse not working? Hello, space mouse. There we go. Just had to reboot it. All right. Did that just stop the space mouse from working? Oh man, the Space Mouse support in Fusion 360 is way buggier than the Space Mouse support in Rhino. So that's what I got. The reason for that slope is mainly to aid in 3D printing, and I think I'm gonna reconsider and maybe, I don't know. I've also got to worry about the shaft poking through. It looks like it's starting to. So it might be that I just don't want to make this actually that much thinner on account of that shaft being kind of long. Where does this come from? I think maybe we want a section view so we can see inside this thing. Yeah, you can kind of see the damage there. So this is the edge where it gets pressed up tightly. There's some space for the bolt to dig in. I think I just want to make a little more space up here, maybe. And I need to fix this problem where that's intersecting with my nut hole. So I think I want to make this a little bit taller and move this whole contraption a little bit further that way, but not much. Or maybe that way. Because yeah, I don't really want to change the point where the screw impacts on the shaft. I just want to move the nut a little bit further that way while still having enough plastic to retain that. Alfie is saying, why not use the load cell to measure the weight on the idler? I'm not sure which idler you're talking about. If you're talking about the one in the design that I currently have loaded into my cracked Dave CAD, then I think that's my plan. So this is still kind of what I'm working toward. Idler there, then this is the idler where we're measuring the weight. And so I guess one question is, why not just collapse these two into one and measure the weight on that idler? And I think it might be possible. I think it depends on how much room there is physically to mount the load cell. But yeah, I mean, that's totally the kind of thing that I want to be looking into in CAD today, like trying to figure out whether there's room for that kind of a change. So yeah, I think I just want to make some simple changes to these, get them printing, and then start to think about the broader design while those are printing. Oh, hey Tuco, you're really pretty, but I actually wanted this button. Oh, but actually. Oh, you're such a good little purr monster. He has such good little soft ears. Oh, we were talking about Tuco's thumbs earlier today. So he's also got this claw in between his thumb and the rest of his hand, which you might be able to see. I have to keep an eye on him. I did have trouble with them growing in to his paw once, and so I had to clip them really carefully and then, clean out the little wound and care for him and all that. And so I make sure that they don't get too long, but usually he scratches enough stuff that he takes care of him himself. He might be a little due for a trimming. They're getting a little long, but he's pretty good at clawing up my scratching post whenever he's getting a little long and sharp. Oh yeah, so Alfie is saying that their suggestion is kind of an indirect measurement of stress, but it might be good enough to go, shit, 2 goes on me, abort. Which, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I guess part of why I'm potentially over-engineering the winch bot slightly is I don't really know how useful the force, like the strain gauges, are going to be. I figure at the very minimum they'll be useful for detecting, error conditions, like, there's a tangle or it's stuck on something, or the robot is, or the cat's grabbed onto the cord or something like that. And so, I want to give it a pretty narrow range of like forces that it expects to see, and otherwise it goes into some kind of error condition. So that'll be nice. There's also maybe some other stuff it would be useful for. Like, I can imagine a mode where it tries to respond to the force sensors by kind of accommodating that force, and so you can kind of lead the robot around by pulling it. Kind of a training mode. Oh, nice. Wes is saying in chat, thanks for posting the link to the stackable boxes the other day. I've printed 4 so far, 5th going right now. I love them. Yeah, I feel that way too. I mean, I know there are probably places where you can just buy boxes in bulk, but they tend to be kind of expensive and hard to ship in my experience, and it's really nice to just be able to print them whenever you need more. So I was actually about to print another plate this morning, but I figured I'd want to keep the Type A printer free for the stuff that we're about to print. But it's often something I'll print when I just don't have anything better for the printer to be doing. Hey, Tuco. You going elsewhere now? Hello, train. All right, well, I think most of this can be solved over in Sketchland. So that is the capstan profile. So yeah, this is the shape. This is the edge that we've been having trouble with, despite it looking like it actually should be easy. And it's really just that overhang. I mean, I could make this shallower still, but I don't want to give the cord a chance to escape from that easily. I mean, granted, that's not really going to be a problem if my idler has good steep walls. And the idler's been a little easier to print, I guess, but... Oh, that's a good question from also from Dummel29 in chat. What are you using for remote cameras? Yeah, maybe I can share some of my camera setup here. I mean, specifically for the TucoBot, I'm going to be using a little SDI kind of HD security camera kind of thing. There's parts of TucoBot so far. So this is the work in progress bot. See if I can get this in slightly more focus. So here's the gimbal. This is the same camera that you're looking out of right now, which is the brand name is CrazyFire. It's a 1080p camera that outputs video over SDI, which is usually used for security cameras because the cabling for it is really cheap. It also has the advantage here of being a cable that's pretty easy to get through the gimbal, and also to get through a long wire loom back to wherever I'm broadcasting from. I didn't want to use wireless for this because there's just so much wireless interference around here that anything wireless either ends up being really high latency or low quality or unreliable, or often a combination of those factors. So the robot's going to be entirely wired. And I do have some wireless camera options here, but most of my cameras are wired. So this is the place where I usually hang out on these streams. There's a DSLR here that I use for getting most of my footage that I edit together later, and that's also where the Servo AF comes from. The benefit and the curse of it not having clean HDMI out. And then that is the camera you're usually watching me on, that little webcam. And it's just a creative, it's a Logitech, forget the brand, but it's one of the Logitech HD webcams. Infinite tunnels. And then, what else? The camera that you're looking out of right now is the CAT camera, which is, I don't have a mirror around here to show it with, but I guess I can use one of those other cameras. So this one outputs HD SDI. There we go. Just a little bit of plastic to keep the tripod at the right angle. And this tripod contraption just has like a little video monitor and a video amplifier, and I can carry it around. And then as for the rest of this, I run the streams using OBS, Open Broadcaster Studio. So that's what you see up here. If I switch back to this. So this computer, hello, you can kind of see the OBS UI down here. So I've got a bunch of different scenes over there. Let me try to change this slightly if I can do it without dropping everything. So I can push these buttons, and all these buttons down here are keyboard inputs that switch OBS to different scenes. Don't have the scope on right now, but all the oh, and then Dumal is asking about the connections, whether they're USB or what. And it's kind of a mishmash of stuff. This one in the middle is USB, but I think it's the only USB webcam. So the DSLR, oh, and the microscope down here, and which usually this monitor would be on, so I could see the microscope output. So this is what I actually solder in when I'm doing the tiny soldering. I'm using this little microscope and looking at that monitor, but also broadcasting a copy of that signal. So all of that is actually processed by this pile of computers over here. This one on the floor, Brassica, is the CAD machine, but this other one behind it, Colorburst, is the one that's actually running the streams. Most of the video input is still going through a Blackmagic Decklink card. So it's a PCI card with 4 SDI inputs. So that's taking this SDI input, and there's a box there. You might be able to see it say oscope scaler. That's a box that goes from VGA to SDI for the oscilloscope. I don't know, this is complicated. I'm not even really sure where to go at this point. But as far as cameras, yeah, it's, whoops. As far as cameras, it's SDI and HDMI with a little bit of USB. The DSLR goes through an HDMI to SDI converter, as does the microscope. The one thing that I use that doesn't, or that I do just like HDMI without SDI for, is actually this screen right now that's showing the CAD machine. That goes directly from HDMI to USB 3 with one of those Magewell adapters, since I just had all sorts of problems with different video modes causing the process of converting it to SDI and then capturing it to fail. So this fails in somewhat different ways. What else? There's also a whole other side of this setup for not necessarily just streaming it, but recording stuff for later. That's what all this stuff is doing right now. So that's recording the CAD machine on one of these HD60 recorders. You can do similar stuff for the other input sources over here and just use separate recordings. So, I don't know, that's certainly not everything, but maybe that answers some questions. I'll get back to chat and see if anybody has follow-ups. And now I'm looking for Tuco and I don't see him. Okay, we got another diagram from Alfie. Let's see how this is. Oops. Kitty, load cell. Oh, huh. That's interesting. I mean, that also has some more opportunities for changing the ratio of the load on the winch spot versus the load that the load cell's measuring in case we need more range. The load cells I got are designed to measure up to 5 kilograms, which has me inclined to use them directly. But yeah, that's interesting too. So in this case, the load cell is kind of a bar, like a beam kind of thing. I guess the other consideration here is just I want this device to be itself pretty compact. So then the question is, where do I actually mount all of this? But I'm sure that would be doable too. Huh. Yeah, let's keep this in mind. And, oh, DaveCAD Pro, nice. I love the extra space. I should upgrade one of these days. But yeah, this might be a good design to keep in mind. Let's play with this and whatever other designs we want to in CAD once we actually have the pieces sized. Because I'm starting to get concerned about how we attach things to the load cell, and that might, like that plus my desire to have this whole thing fit in a relatively small enclosure would start to inform how things are attached to each other. Oh, and you can attach streams as a webcam to your PC. I'm not quite sure what that's in reference to, but I mean, yeah, you can generally attach a lot of stuff just via USB. I mean, I start to fill up the USB bus bandwidth after a certain point, but I think, if you have a good motherboard that has a lot of bandwidth offered to each individual port, then maybe that's not so much of a problem. The old camera that I was using for Tuco before this, before getting this SDI camera set up, that was also USB, but the main problem I had with that was just that the cable couldn't be very long. I could use one kind of moderately long USB extension cable before it just would not have any reliability at all, and it would just start crashing things instead of just not having video. So one thing that I really like about SDI is that it's a unidirectional signal, so there's really nothing to screw up on, like, you can't get the receiver into some kind of, or like the transmitter into some kind of weird state because the transmitter's just always transmitting video, so I find it easier to keep that reliable when you're doing shenanigans with the signal. Maybe Tuco's outside. Oh, no, there he is. Tuco, you're right there. So I made a stamp out of linoleum. What if I milled a stamp out of thin, flexible material and wrapped it around a roller? That seems like a thing you could do. Oh, for printing lots of DaveCADs? For like making my own DaveCAD printing press that I could just like roll onto surfaces? Maybe. Yeah, you'd probably need a different way to ink it, since right now the way, like for this block printing process, it's important to have a thin uniform layer of ink like sitting on the printing parts of your block, and the way I do that right now is with a roller. Yeah, maybe we'll take a break and do some block printing later if we have a lull in the CAD extravaganza here. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Maybe we can keep trying to communicate and, huh. Oh, is this what we're missing? I think I missed this before. Oh man, I hate that GooTube doesn't let you post URLs. I mean, I'm sure they get a lot of spammers, but it'd be nice if that was at least something you could disable. Huh. This looks intricate. This is fancy, and it seems like it would wear out fast. What is it for? I see. Yeah, okay. I'm probably missing some context here, but this looks very delicate, but really nice. I mean, it also kind of looks like a rendering, but all right, what's this next one? This is a button contraption? I don't know what this is for. This is a phone charger, it looks like. Was this just a test? So this is, man, this side is fine. This side, and I wanted this to be relatively, like this surface that it rides on, the closer this is to the bearing, the less stress I'm putting on the encoder. So maybe I should just try not having this angle be so shallow. What is that like? And like now I need a lot more room for the bolt pieces. Yeah. So then I just need to make this kind of wide on this end. So it'll have some kind of extra mass on this side, I guess, but the rope will actually be riding it into this groove, so it should be fine. Oh, okay. This makes more sense. So that box is a wireless camera that streams video to OBS. What kind of camera is it based on? Is it like a Raspberry Pi or something? I'm curious. I mean, it seems like a good idea. I just don't, I have a very hard time with the Wi-Fi around here. I think it's some combination of the building having so much metal and concrete in it and everyone around here having like 8 access points. So I don't think I can get too far with wireless. I mean, the closest thing I've been getting is like, honestly, the most reliable wireless video setup I've had is when I mirror my phone to this thing. Oops, so if I go here, so yeah, wireless video. And this has been all right. But it's, even this like gets kind of choppy if I go to certain parts of the shop. Let me see if I can find Tuco. Oh, Tuco's not outside because the door's closed. Whoa. I think this video recorder doesn't like some of the modes the Apple TV uses. Huh. That'll be weird. Oh, there he is. I mean, when I'm in this part of the shop, or with like line of sight to the Wi-Fi base station, it seems fine. But I don't know, I've just had so many problems with it. Where like, oh, it seems fine, and then I can't get any packets through all of a sudden. So it means that pretty much every time I've put a device on wireless around here and thought, oh, it'll be fine, within a week I end up giving it its own Ethernet connection. Oh, did you find a fly, Tuco? I think he's hunting. Well, so portable camera. Okay, so that was a Raspberry Pi Zero with a camera, apparently. Nice. Yeah, no, that seems like a good device. I'd probably just need to find like a really like a really nice wireless antenna for it or something. I'm curious what software you use to do the streaming too. Because a couple of the cameras around here, like when I go over here to the printer closet, like these are running off of, like this one's running off of a, oh, I forget what thing it is. It's like a Qbox. It's some like Freescale IMX-based single board computer. And then this one's running off of a BeagleBone. So these are both just like Linux computers. You could do this with a Raspberry Pi. And it's all right, but the video quality is like fine, but not as good as I'd like. And the latency is significant and unpredictable. So, and it doesn't do audio. So yeah, I'm curious what kinds of other streaming solutions people like on the Linux side. Because I could certainly try something where I stream like depth camera data from the robot over the Ethernet, and that might do. The reason for having the video be a separate, like dedicated coax cable, I just couldn't think of any other way to do it that was reliable and basically that, I mean, and low latency. Even though the outgoing stream has several of its own sources of latency, I don't want to be introducing a lot of additional latency, especially between the robot and the computer vision algorithms that are running on a computer that won't fit on the robot. So yeah, let's just try, can I measure how much extra distance I need? I think I want to go between, I don't know what that's going to do. Yeah, not what I wanted. But maybe like 5 millimeters. Let's just try starting with that and then tweaking it if we need. So this is kind of the diameter of the protrusion. Oh, well, and this should actually be, I was thinking about making that smaller, but this actually needs to be pretty much this entire width, because it acts as the printing support also. So something like that, maybe? Oh, Jarrett was asking what was printing. That is another one of these fun bolts, one of these. I've been giving them to friends, because they're really fun to play with, so. Oh yeah, so back to the streaming briefly. The drivers are laggier. I'm not sure if that part really makes sense, but I mean, the MJPEG, like in my experience, the. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm doing something very similar for the bot cameras here, because the printers are running MJPEG Streamer, which uses the built-in MJPEG compression on the cameras and just sends that over. I think the problem is just that, well, so I'm not using this because I have not tried this since moving to Windows on that setup. I've been using, I think, just like the VLC source support in OBS to play back the MJPEG streams. It's not terrible. It's mostly just the frame rate is really inconsistent. Like it doesn't have a good time base for the playback, I think. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, this looks really dumb. Can I at least taper this? Just delete that vertical constraint and then try to set this to a nicer size, like. No. So 18 is what it's at right now. Let's try. I want to make that distinct from the other curve. Or maybe I don't. Maybe I want to make them the same curve. In that case, let's make these parallel. So now I've got that, which is maybe a little too extreme even. Because I don't need this to be like entirely engulfing the screw head. It just needs to provide a good solid anchor for the nut there. Let's see how much material we've got to work with in the section analysis. Oh, that's not bad actually. I still want to move this out to give the shaft some more clearance. And once I do that, it might end up being just about right. I think for this I want to go back to where I set the position for these in the timeline, and then, oh, there's some fillets that are failing, which I can just delete. And there's this, which I think is not even intentional. Okay. What is this stuff? Reviewing some of these warnings. The sketch plane was lost. Oh, geez. Really? Please redefine the sketch? How do I... That seems awfully drastic, right? I mean, that's the part with all my roly bits. I guess I can redo that. That's annoying. I don't... Oh, is that how it lets me redefine it? I can't even tell what kind of input it's asking me for. I don't think it's giving me a way of fixing this. I think it just wants me to redo this sketch. Ah, redefine sketch plane? Can I do that? Ooh, maybe that fixed it. I think that might have fixed it. I think while I'm here, I don't know. I don't know if these nubs are the right shape, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay, now those are extruded. I mean, I kind of just want more of them. So this was like a prototype and then a bunch, oh man. Sometimes I lose an axis on the Space Mouse. This was a prototype and a bunch of repetitions. Somewhere there's probably a way to change the number of repetitions. Like, how do I edit this thing? Do I delete them? I guess I can delete them. I don't know if they actually still have any kind of durable relationship, or if the operation that created them. Oh, okay, so it is still part of a pattern. That's what this means. I don't know how to edit the pattern, I guess. Oh, is that what this thing in the middle is? Ah, that's what the thing in the middle is. Clearly this is guess the pixel-sized icon navigation. Can I just try twice as many? Yeah. That's what I wanted, I think. Maybe almost twice as many. What? I think that's just weird because it's showing me the old and the new positions. 20. All right, one more. Oh, are we done with warnings? Maybe we're done with warnings. Cool. So now I want to go find where I positioned these pieces and adjust that without totally messing up the hierarchy of operations here. I think I want to go back here and move these two things without creating a hole in the space-time continuum, without moving the bodies outside of their components. All right. That's also so not the coordinate system I wanted. I think that's basically what I want. And capture position, we'll have it save that in the timeline instead of it just being kind of an ephemeral thing. And then, can I wind that forward? Yes. That's looking maybe correct. Now that's what it looks like here. So this is it kind of butting up against the bearing surface here and only the middle bearing surface, then trying to give us a groove to run the cable in as close as possible to the bearing, and then this weird, strangely angled set screw that seems to work just fine. And enough extra plastic in there to give the nut something to hold it in. This plastic across here is basically holding the force in the set screw, so that needs to be kind of, you know, not insignificant in terms of how much plastic there is. Whoa. Okay, I don't have enough extrusions here. Whoops. No. I clicked the play button by mistake, and now it's going to play back my design. This thing. Oh, geez. I want that to be a construction circle if I can make it. That's better. That was going to be really annoying to select otherwise. Now I think I just need to reselect these. Yay. Now it's appropriately toothy. Can I make this fillet bigger? I don't think I want to. Alright, this is probably... Oh, these are the fillets we're missing. I did want to fillet these for some reason. Alright. I think this one's about ready to print again. So for this, we just want this body, save it as STL. So measurement capstan version 5. And let's at least load that into the slicer. I probably want to print this and a couple of idlers on the same plate just to not have really super tiny prints. Where's Tuco hanging out? Hey, where are you at, kitty? I don't know where the cat is. Let's keep the camera ready. Alright, these are going to be made of plain old PLA. I think the raft is going to help with these because the corners are round. So this is what we got. I mean, that's probably fine. The other capstans we printed also had support material right here, and it didn't seem to affect the quality too much. I did actually end up printing some that used a really shallow wall, so they didn't require that support material. This is probably the right orientation to print it in, but I'm just curious whether we could get away with printing it rotated sideways. I don't think that would end up being better, but it's nice that it probably would work. I mean, it would be less likely to break apart, probably. But the set screw forces would be harder to deal with, maybe? It's really tempting to do it this way, actually, but I think we'd be better off the other way. Oops, that's not entirely what I wanted. Oh no, gimbal lock. Yeah. Raft. These little nubs are going to be fun for the printer. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Let's leave this here and work on that idler. So here's the idler. The main problem with this is just that the bearing fits way too tightly in this. Oh yeah, Alfie is saying that they'd like to see a slicer that allows you to properly customize the infill for maximal structural integrity. Yeah, I think like algorithmic infill is something a lot of people would really like. I'd love to see like some of the algorithms that Nervous System work on applied to slicers. And then you just have like a supercomputer somewhere that computes your slicing for you. Oh, I need to reboot my mouse again. Oh, there's Tuco. Hey, little sun cat. Did you find a patch of sun somewhere upstairs? So this ridge here is way too ridgy. I think I probably want to both make it not as thick and have it go in and out so that there's kind of only a couple of points I have to get past rather than an entire ring. That allows the plastic to deform out of the way a little bit rather than having it be really strong right there. And then this bump here, I might want a similar treatment. So, sketches. This is my only sketch right now. It's just the whole shape of the pulley, minus the fillets. So these are the little hold-in doodads that I made. This ends up holding the pulley on the bottom, on the side, and on the top. These I can probably have everywhere. These might be helpful to have them in like a pattern of like 6 of them or something instead of having a continuous band. And these I probably want no more than 3. Is any of this... Let's actually just give this a dimension. Third of a millimeter, maybe? And these didn't really need a lot of adjustment. I think if I just have a couple of these instead of having it be a full band, that'll be enough. But I think that might have been all I wanted to change here. So then I'm doing a revolve. Let's actually have separate revolves for the little interior grabber things. I guess for that I need to make sure that some of the sketches, or some of the areas in my sketch can actually be turned into separate profiles. So like this actually wants to be a non-construction line. Ooh. I mean, that's fine. Now I want this piece and come back here. That piece and this piece. Can I not do that? Just trying to select 2 profiles. Ah, control. Let's get rid of some of these broken fillets. All right, now another revolve. 3 bodies now. That one that I just turned off, and then these 2 bands. So now I want to make something else to slice these with. I heard Tuco messing with this thing just a second ago, and now I look and he's gone. Oh, now he's way over there. Can I not offset both sides? Maybe I just need lines in both directions. Oh, or maybe I just need a rectangle. Can I just do everything I want with rectangles? Oh, these. That's why I can't rotate my rectangle. I don't want those to be horizontal and vertical. I want them to be perpendicular. And I want these to be parallel. No. That is really under-constrained, which is fine. I'm just going to put a dimension here that I don't really need just to make this a little more manageable. Great, now I have a rotating rectangle. Can I make a bunch of copies of this now? Faces. Okay. For the top of this, maybe I want... Let's do the sides first. That's kind of what I wanted. And then want something similar but different for the top. Let's make yet another sketch for this new thing. These, I think I want fewer of them, but I want them to be wider. Oh, I keep being tempted to start with rectangles, but everything that rectangles do, the dimensioning and the constraints, are all axis aligned. So let's start with an arbitrary quadrilateral. Midpoint on the origin. Uh-huh. Hey there, quad. I kind of want this to be more rectangular, if you know what I mean. Let's have these be perpendicular. And parallel. Something more like that. Cool. More patterns. Yeah, I think I just want like 3 of these. There's plenty of room here. You don't really need a scroll bar, do you? Oh look, I make it bigger and it doesn't even want the room. It's just like, you will use the scroll bar. We put this here for a reason. I think now I just glue everything together. Okay. I could do a bunch of silly fillets, but I think the only thing I'm going to bother filleting is, I don't care. I don't think that needs any additional fussing. Having straight sides actually works really well for all of those pieces. Let's see if we can reslice this and get it ready to print. Small idler version 2. Well, if we put these close together, we can get them to share a raft, actually. Excuse me. Yeah, so now we've got these little ridges that will help hold it in, but should also collapse a little bit in case they need to for a good fit. And then these things were way too bumpy before, so I made them less tall, and they now come in these 3 little fingers instead of being all the way around. And it's still pretty much lined up with the middle of the bearing. Do I want steeper walls on that idler? I don't know if these shallow walls are doing us any favors. That would be an easy design change, wouldn't it? This seems a little... I don't want it to be like rubbing excessively, but let's see how that looks. Tuco, you want to go outside, little buddy? Oh, that's a little nicer. Is that still gonna fit? I guess the bearing is... Yeah, the bearing's still in pretty much the same place. Can we get a section view? Oh, Tuco definitely wants to go outside. Yeah, all of this is still lined up nicely. So we did not make the whole thing too small by changing that angle. Oh, let's make sure this... What is this distance? 4. Did I set that somewhere? I probably did, I just don't see where I set that. Anyway, 4 is fine. 4 millimeters should be enough for this cord. Small but flat pulley. Okay. Does this get a new version number? I don't think it does. I usually only increment the versions when I actually print them. If I just make a change and then go right back to the slicer, then I'll just overwrite the file and then ask Kira to reload the plate. Oh, Tuco, you want to go outside? Tuco likes it out there. Why are we not seeing any file? That looks better. I might tell these to have additional shells. I don't want to bugger up the infill too badly, but I do kind of want these to be stronger, and like that is not great. Let's go to expert mode. Shell thickness, let's double that. Yeah, now it's actually printing shells there instead of trying to... Well, it's doing a little bit of infill, but the shell is much nicer there. Yeah, that looks like it'll work a lot better. Alfie is suggesting printing these out of nylon with a rather heavy and possibly solid infill. It'll take decades, but the quality will rival commercial parts. Yeah, maybe. It is tempting to print these out of PET instead of nylon, or instead of a PLA rather, because I have that. I don't have any nylon, but I should try printing with it. The main problems I've heard is that just printing it, like I just don't know if I have a printer that'll handle nylon, so I should probably get a small amount and see if it'll work on my Type A. Because I don't think my Delta will print hot enough to do nylon, and my Type A doesn't have a heated bed, so I'll probably have really bad warping problems. And it's tempting to print these out of PET. Like I have some, there's T-glass, which is alright, it doesn't have great layer adhesion. I also have this Made Solid PET Plus that is really strong. It has a lot of warping problems, but with parts this thin, I don't know if that's going to be an issue. Or parts this small, rather. Yeah, let's try, I think I've got settings in here for the PET Plus. That is Made Solid. Chris Harris says that Slicer is better at not putting useless infill in like that. Yeah, I believe it. There's so many things that are both good and bad about each individual 3D printing tool. I've spent a lot of time with Slicer in the past. I briefly tried Simplify 3D and didn't really like it that much. Spent way too much time with Skyforge back in the past. These days I've been pretty happy with Cura. It's also nice, this Type A fork of it has a pretty nice material library that it comes with. It gives you starting points for a lot of materials, and then you can go through and customize them. So you can pick just kind of overall quality and strength levels here, whether you want supports, what kind of adhesion you want, and then you can go in and change the actual detailed parameters in here. But right now I just want to set the shell thickness again. I also want to print a few of these idlers. I'm going to try just making 3 of these. Oh, Dark Samus mentions in chat that you should be careful with nylon since it releases very toxic gases. Yeah, that's worth keeping in mind too. It's nice not printing ABS anymore because, I don't know if I'd call those like very toxic, but they're certainly annoying, the ABS fumes. I do keep my printer in like a kind of a separate closet, but I wouldn't want the gases building up in there. Oh yeah, some of the profiles in here have just completely the wrong support number. I've been assuming it's like about a power of 10 off, but let's try 3mm support. Maybe 2mm. Yeah, I think it was just off by a power of 10, but I'm going to have a little bit denser support even. Alfie adds about the nylon that with good ventilation you're generally pretty safe. Just don't like sniff the hot end while you're printing. Yeah, around here it's pretty easy to get good ventilation in my shop, so mostly because the building is just so drafty. There's actually a story in the news pretty recently about some folks in this area, like in Berkeley, ending up dying of carbon monoxide poisoning from a laser cutter. It's definitely a reminder to everyone that to like take ventilation seriously. You know, it's tempting to make the supports even closer together just because this is going to affect the surface of my capstan, especially quite a lot, and I think I can get away with denser support without it being annoying to remove. Yeah, I think I'm going to try printing these in PET. I've got a bunch of PET filament because there was a really big project that I thought I was going to end up using it for, and I think I ended up using T-glass for that project instead, so I still have a bunch left over that I got for that one. Yeah, so that's going to be... Oh man, that really increases the print time though. Now that's like 5 hours. Yeah, let's save that for once it actually seems to be necessary. I guess I should warm up the printer so I can so I can put the other filament in it. Oh, maybe that was still... Okay, maybe that time was not really significantly larger when I had more support, because it's still saying 5 hours. Oh. I mean, if these are good parts, I'm not really too fussed by how long they take to print. I just don't like wasting a bunch of printer time with stuff that isn't necessary. But stuff like this might be really good for PET, because it's strong, it doesn't crack, it's a little bit slippery, which might help for the pulleys at least. Yeah. I think that's what I'm calling my G-code. Let's actually load the printer. Alright, I'm gonna go put the other filament in the printer and start it printing. Oh, Chico, there you are. those off. Well, I'm gonna have to take a close look at that first layer as it prints, but oh, you can see it heating up to pet temperatures. It's printing its little bar of snot that it uses to clear the extruder. All right. Well, I guess we can look at the print while we figure out what to do next, but I think the next thing to do after we know the print is starting off all right, at least. This one should be relatively easy. The prints with a raft usually are not as finicky as the prints with a brim. And I used a raft on this one because the round edges on the pulleys and the capstans will not really adhere to the brim very well. There's a lot of vibration getting into that camera. That's looking all right so far. It's rafting back and forth. Yeah, and these are going to be a little prone to warping, but we'll see if my warmed bed helps. I've got like a 60-watt foot warmer pad under the printer bed, which keeps it kind of warm, but not really hot. It's my cheap solution to the heated bed. You gonna wander, Took? All right. So we've got our idler. Maybe, so I've got this big document over here that's just like the entire winch robot. I think what I actually want to do is ignore this for the moment and work on a little sub-document that just has basically the measurement parts, because I think that's going to be fairly separate from the rest of the winch, and I can think about how all the measurement pieces fit relative to each other without having to think about this whole contraption. And I think the end result there will be a component that I can drop into here in CAD, and a couple more brackets that hold the idlers and everything in the right position relative to the load cell. So yeah, I think maybe another document here. Oh man. I'm also always kind of annoyed when I have stuff like this in some cloud-based CAD tool and not in Git. I should dump all this stuff onto Git soon. But for now, I'm not going to worry about this document. So new design. What do I even call this one? I'm just going to call it the winch sensor system. So that we need a bunch of this stuff. Start with a few of these. Some of these. Let's actually put these together. I don't think I want a line because I don't want to actually change the orientation of any of this stuff. I think I just want move. I want move components. What was that thread for? Why do I have a bolt in my 606? Oh, those are in my pulley. They're just hidden. Ha ha ha. That makes more sense. Neat. I don't know if I'm going to want that screw, but the pulley is actually handy. Or the bearing. I kind of want to orient that screw differently in the original drawing. that's probably not ever how the screw is going to be. Wrong kind of object. Just trying to attach the center of this circle to the center of this circle. Okay, like that basically. And then this is going to be similar. This is going to come with the encoder and the encoder's bolts and its own hardware. The load cell has nothing to do with this. Let's get rid of the load cell. Okay, that's nicer. I already have an out-of-date component. Oh, Paul in chat is saying that the assembly operations in Fusion 360 are for assembling components as I'm doing now. Yeah, I should learn how to use these. I don't know that this is always what I want, but I should learn how to use these sometimes. Because I don't really want, I mean, do I want a joint here? I just want the pieces to be at that position. I also don't really understand what this rigid group is used for, because every time I've tried connecting components in a rigid group, I guess the thing that I really want is for them to be arranged somehow in the browser, which I don't get from that. So that's probably a useful tool for something, but I don't know if it's a useful tool for the thing that I'm doing right now. Anyway, right now I've got that. I want, ultimately, a couple more of those. Yeah, that seems fine. So, I don't really want those sketches to be visible. Come on, update everything. Thank you. Okay, well the first thing I want to do is to actually line these up. It would have also been useful to have a plane or something that I export for this location. is mid-plane only between two planes? Two faces or work planes? I don't think I have either, though. I think I just have bits of geometry that aren't faces. I mean, that would probably work for these because they're symmetric, but I don't really want to rely on that, and this one is definitely not symmetric. I really just want something based on this, I think. I mean, this might be useful, but... No, none of that was right. None of that was what I wanted. Oh, maybe it would help to export something from these original designs that I can use. Oh, plane along path, suggests Alfie. That might be a good option. Let's try that. Plane along path. That is perpendicular to what I wanted. Oh, those have to be linear. Yeah, let's export something. Where did this one go? Oh, the whole thing was invisible. Yeah, I want a plane on that line, basically. I don't think I can usefully use that to measure the distance I want. Yeah, so that's going to have the plane be tangent, or the plane's normal vector be perpendicular to the path right there, I guess. I mean, I can make some points or some edges. Like, I would really like something like offset plane, except that you define a point that it passes through. Is this useful? No, I don't think that did what I wanted either. Oh, plane along path and then rotate 90 degrees? I guess we could try that. So that's anywhere. Oh, maybe plane it. Oh, plane at angle on that line. That's what I want. Yay. Okay, so it embeds. See, I mean, it would be nice to have something where if there's a curve that is planar, this finds a plane that embeds that curve, but this will work in this case. So while we're making construction geometry, what is this? Oh, that's... well, let's call this capstan plane. I also might as well make an axis through this cylinder. Where did that go? Oh, this little thing. Okay, I think those are the references I'm looking for. Let's have those for the idler also. That'll help us line this up. We do want that to be visible. Yeah, I don't really understand the naming of a lot of the constraints and construction operations in this program. But then, as we've established, I'm really just used to Rhino and get annoyed when things are different at this point. Oh, it broke my space mouse again. Also something Rhino doesn't do. All right, sketches. Can we do this again? Plane at angle. That is a stupid name for this feature. Plane through line, maybe? This little axis is so little. Where are you, other bit of the axis? No? What is that? Oh, I guess that also happened to be the world Y or X axis or something. Okay, no sketches, but some planes and some hardware. All right, done with that. Update all those. Bruno in chat says, hello world. Hello. We have parts of the world here. Really small parts. All right, now I think I can just start moving these into the same plane. Can I pick a plane or a point on the plane? Can I not choose points on the plane? Okay, maybe I need a reference point as well as all this other junk. Let's also make that inside the component. This is just going to be the intersection of these two objects. That's all it's going to be. I just want it to be in the component. Point through anything, sure. Does that give me a construction point? Yay. That's useful. It's an objectively useful object. Let's give the other thing one of those too. Point at edge and plane. I just like having general purpose tools instead of tools that just like list out here are 100 sentences describing things that you might want to do with the software. Like I like having things that you can stick together. Updating these again. Now we've got points. Sigh. I just can't even see the point now that it's given me this, like, what is even the name for this rendering style where, like, the more detail you have there, the less it shows? Oh my gosh, what is even? And like, I'm sure I could use the selection. Yeah, come on. Is it neither of those? That's the one. Why are you so annoying? Target point. Okay. Maybe let's just delete these. And I'm going to start with this one now that it's at the right position, and then move it. Now those are lined up. So that's actually going to be the bottom. So I can choose to route the cable either, you know, kind of under the capstan or over it. I don't think it really matters that much. At least it doesn't seem to yet. I guess it's worth thinking about how to do this with 2 idlers, since it seems possible to do it with 2 idlers instead of 3. All right, so here's 2 idlers on the plane of the capstan there. So you can imagine the cord kind of following that path and then going up and out. I guess ultimately the reason I think I wanted 3 capstans, I guess you could do it with 2. Well, maybe I can illustrate what I'm thinking if I bring the load cell in here. There's an arrow on one side, yeah. That indicates what direction the load is supposed to be applied. So one of the problems here is that I really want the load cell to be parallel to the path between the cord on the final idler and whatever's before it. So, well, or just roughly to move this into place. Oh man, move tool, please. So let's say this capstan is, oh man, the winch is going to be down here though. So I guess the cord could come up from the winch around here. Then it really wants to go that direction, doesn't it? Because like I want to run the cord around that way. So let's maybe move this up here. So now this comes from the winch, then goes around the capstan with some force kind of hugging it. Then the cord comes off this side of the capstan, and I would need the load cell to be pretty much in line with that. So like, and this doesn't necessarily have to be right there, but like it needs to be somewhere. I'm just saying the angle has to be roughly that. And then this would be something like, you know, mounted on the end of the load cell like that. So then the cord path would be, you know, from the winch up through here, around the capstan, over here, and then up to the ceiling. And so that really relies on this little S-curve here providing enough pressure to have the cord grip the capstan nicely, which seems fine. And then this could even be farther that way, or that way on your screen. That way? No, that way. Yeah, it could be further that way, but yeah, let's see where all this can actually live. Because this just needs some place to actually physically be. It might be below this whole thing. Maybe some construction planes in here would be useful. Let's go inside there and make some construction geometry. Hey, Tuco, are you somewhere? Are you outside, Tuco? Raft on that Pet Plus print is looking really glassy smooth. I don't see Duke in the hallway, but he might be visiting someone else. He might also just be somewhere obvious here that I'm missing. Oh, there he is. He was upstairs. Hey, Tuco. What's up, Tuco? Yeah? So, let me reset my mouse again. Let's make some construction geometry. I think I just want a couple of mid-planes. These are nice and easy. Because these, I actually trust the geometry to just be a box. Updating all these thingies. Oh, Paul in chat is asking, are you no longer wrapping the cord one turn around the capstan? Yeah, that's my plan. I tried that and it pretty much instantly tangled itself. So I don't think that's going to work out. I think I'm going to try to kind of use this idler to divert a little bit of the load on the cord to having it press around the capstan. Hey Tuco, you're just sitting right here in the most precarious spot. Oh geez. This is my voltage glitching setup still running along. Want some of this, Tuke? I don't plan on having motorized zoom on the new Tuco cam, but because it can fly around, I expect it'll be able to adjust the distance between itself and the subject pretty easily. Looks like the experiment's still going. Yeah. It's not doing much, but it's going. Hey, Tuke. Oh yeah, there's a good question in the chat which Alfie already answered, but just for the kids who aren't paying attention to YouTube chat, this thing I've been using in my left hand is a space mouse, and super useful if you're into CAD. I think this version with all the extra buttons is maybe fancier than it needed to be, and I would have been just fine with the small version without all the extra buttons, but the basic input device is super handy, except that I keep having to unplug it for some reason. I think Fusion 360 has some bugs with its space mouse support. Oh, maybe I want a center point while I'm at it. Because that's right, I really need a point for some of this. Let's just add that while it's easy. Point through 3 planes. How about a point? Can I just do an axis through 2 planes, maybe? I guess I just need another plane here. Yeah. Point through 3 planes. Great. Let's maybe turn some of this off by default, because this axis and this 3rd plane are not super useful, I think. But that point's nice. That's a good point. There's an important point for this load cell. Alright, so now I can move some things again. Oh, it's so nice having a cat here. Oh, this is so good. Too much, Took? It's okay. Just don't lay on my Ethernet over there. Oh, jeez. Careful. Hey, dude. No, I like having you here. Just don't get any further toward my experiment. Do you like my Dave CAD? Gotta make him comfortable so he doesn't crunch my experiment. Okay, so... Oh! Hey, Took, don't go over there. You just want to turn around? Oh, Tuco, don't chew on that. That's 12 volts. Okay, you're off, honey. I like you on my desk, but if you're going to chew on the power cable to a running experiment, then it's grounds for ejection. How long do you think I can hold him? Can I take this collar off you, little guy, if you're going to be in here? Me too. You want to go, don't you? All right. Oh, are you going to hang out there? Come back, little camera. I've got to fix that bad BNC connector or whatever it is. If I fuss with the Velcro holding the BNC connector down, maybe it starts working again. Alright. Life with cats. Oh, and of course, when it's selected, it gives me the mode where nothing is visible. I hate that. Oh, I wish there was a way to change that. Start out moving it there, just so that we know it's in the same plane. So this is where I'll need some kind of maybe like U-shaped bracket around this idler to attach it to the load cell. And this is where it might be useful to start lining up stuff on these axes. But I think roughly I want something like that. Oh, Paul in chat is suggesting that if I if I don't do a full turn around the capstan, could I have the cord do a half turn? Yeah, I mean, I could, but I guess the thing that I'm doing right now is basically in between those. Like, I'm adjusting the angles here in order to divert some of the tension of the cable into kind of surrounding the capstan. So, well, I don't know what to say when people complain about how long the streams are, because like they're out there for people who want to watch them, but like I don't use them as a complete replacement for all of other kind of video. It's just that it takes me so long to do the edited videos that I wanted to do something else in between those. So, you know, this isn't the only thing I make, but it's by volume certainly the main thing, so I don't know what to do about it when people say they don't like it. My answer is mostly, well, don't watch it. Watch something else. There's plenty of other things to do. I definitely don't expect people to just like watch everything I put out there. It's more of a like thing that is sometimes nice to have in the background, I think. So if I do it this way, then I mean, I think having a little more distance might be useful to make it easier to load the cord, because with this design, the cord needs to get actually put through a loop rather than just like around something. I guess I can make this bracket like C-shaped instead of O-shaped. Oh, you know, maybe it's also a good time to update my model for the load cell, because I didn't actually measure these since getting them in. This is still based on some drawing that I found on eBay. So I think there might be some things to change. I don't know, I think a lot of the reason for doing the streams is just this realization that, well, you know, I have this stuff set up for capturing the video for these epic edited together things that I do every once in a while. But, oh, Tuco, why are you standing on that key? Hey, buddy. But I guess it didn't seem like that much more. I mean, and I don't know, I've been, of course, finding out all the ways in which, of course, it is a lot more work, but overall, actually, recording that kind of video that I was working on anyway, where I'm still basically doing all of this stuff, narrating it to the camera, chopping up the audio later, it's still a lot of work, and it still involves a lot of the same equipment and everything, so this is different than I was expecting. I thought, based on the diagram, that there was one larger hole and one smaller hole on either side, but now it looks like there's very clearly one side that's designed to take the load and one side that's designed to be stationary. Let's go to the camera. You getting comfortable on the CAD machine, Tuco? You're sitting on the same one we're using. That's good. So, these are the actual load cells we have. So, the idea is you anchor this side, then you apply up to 5 kilograms on this side. And this side gets a little longer, this side compresses a little. There are very tiny resistors glued to the metal, and those tiny resistors change value, and we can measure that. So I think these might be M3 and M4. Do I have any of those handy? These are M3. No, I think this might be M4 and M5. All right. These should be M4. Okay. So we have M4 on the load side. And I didn't know this, but they are tapped all the way through and actually countersunk on both sides for some reason. Oh, okay, so Paytex in chat, who was talking about the streams being long, they said they love the stream and often watch the entire stream. It's only my boring opinion. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not like saying you should keep it to yourself or anything. I just don't ever really know what the, you know, it's like I feel like I'm just putting a bunch of content out there and kind of expect people to tune into the parts they like and ignore the rest. But I don't know, lots of people spend a lot of time on optimizing, like, I don't know, I have very little patience for that, either doing it myself or other people who seem to be doing a lot of it. But that's why I do this sort of thing, and I'm not like a social media optimizer person as my day job. So this is definitely M4 and M5. So let's update that. Maybe check whether the spacings are at all right also. Maybe I just check everything. Yeah, today Tuco is wandering quite a lot. The camera would be really good for him today. Having this thing all robotized already. So load cell. I think I have most of this drawn up on a, oh geez. I have a bunch of sketches. This is before I realized I should decrease the number of sketches I have, I think. So this one is for the holes, I guess. Screw holes. Big holes, I guess. Load cell holes. But what is this sketch for? This is the arrow on the side. Oh, I was drawing the like gluey region to keep away from that actually has the load cell wiring underneath it. Since that was vaguely marked on the original drawing I was looking at, but not super well, it looks like they have at least been careful to keep the glue off of the surfaces around where the screws go. Alright, so this is that first sketch, just the screw holes. I'm going to just directly measure this as much as possible. So calipers are all zeroed. Yeah, that's like a little more than 80, but I won't be cutting this super close. I'll buy that that's 80 nominal. It's actually like 80.3. And then, is it supposed to be 40 nominal between those two middle holes? Yeah, that looks right. And then 15? Yeah, I'll buy that on both sides. So I think the only real differences are going to be the screw holes going all the way through and the different screw sizes on each side. So, which side is the load side? Left side is my downward arrow. So that means M4 on the left side and M5 on the right side. I don't know whether this was just a different style of load cell or whether I was misunderstanding the diagram. Okay. And those do need to go all the way through. Hello? I'm trying to edit this particular one. There we go. Okay. So now I can anchor it easily on either side, I guess. Let's see if the little silicone blobbies still line up. Yes. Okay, I think my load cell's fine after those small modifications. Oh, that's a great idea. Piotr in chat says maybe the stream should have a complimentary IRC or a Gitter channel. This way people could be talking about the streams even when there are no streams running at the very moment. Now, that's pretty cool. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about what networks people like and then try to like congregate around a thing. Yeah, I used to be on Freenode pretty regularly, but it's been a while since I've had an IRC client open all the time. But I would totally get back on IRC if I had a channel to hang out in that already, was related to something I was doing. So, I think that's fine. Yeah, so I guess one question is, like, I guess one reason I haven't used IRC much is that I usually chat from my phone now, and getting all that going from mobile is kind of annoying, and like you typically need to run your own bouncer somewhere. And so I haven't looked into a lot of the modern replacements for that. Yeah, some people are suggesting Slack or Discord. There seems to be a lot of reasons not to use Slack. I mean, I use Slack for work, and I've used it in the past for social stuff, but it would also be nice to have non-Slack options. And then, yeah, somebody's suggesting Discord. Yeah, Mark in chat was suggesting Discord. I've seen a lot of people using Discord and haven't used it myself, so I should check that out too. But yeah, I would welcome suggestions, and I'll also think about it and look into it myself. And yeah, we should. I'll try to like come up with a decision about something that can be semi-official if folks want that. But also, I'm not going to stop anybody from having unofficial chats, of course. I think I want some more alignment. So this needs to go down some. I'd like to just line those up in the actual plane that I'm in, but I think that's fine. I just think this needs some more distance from the load cell. No, like that's, how can I undo? No, I just wanted to undo one of those moves. Well, fine. I think I wanted this to be a little more that way. And actually, if I'm going to move the load cell down anyway in order to have more room for loading and unloading the paracord, then I could also move it over this way and not have it get in the way of the encoder. I mean, I think it wants to be kind of like that. Oh, Mark is saying, also monthly reminder that I should enable Super Chat. Yeah, tell me what you like about Super Chat. Like, I saw some ad from YouTube about it, but I didn't really quite understand what the draw was. So, oh yeah, Gitter. I like Gitter. And it has an IRC bridge, which seems super nice. Okay. I should try that out. I know I'm already using Gitter for something else that I don't really use much, but... Ooh. Yeah, let's try that. Yeah. I think I already have a Gitter account for something else, and I'm forgetting what it is even, which tells you how often I use it, but it seemed nice for the small amount that I've used it so far. Do I have that credential on here already? Let me see if I can easily just sign into this on the stream. Switch to another camera while I deal with credentials. Hey Tuco, are you around? Oh, maybe I don't have this in my password storage. It's possible I signed in with my GitHub account. I've got two-factor on my GitHub account. I think I use this with my Git login, since I think that's what I was using this with before. Let's switch to this. I'll show you all my super useful verification code. Gitter. Yeah, sure. Yeah, what was I using this for? Oh, yeah. Some project I'm not on anymore. So yeah, that would explain it. Can I get rid of this? Whatever. Create a new community. Can we just use scanlime live, maybe? Okay, you'll find this yourselves, I'm sure. Now, can I make this easy for people to invite themselves into? I guess there are no rooms. Oh, I guess I have my own community. I guess I could just use that. Can I just have live as a thing? Public. Okay. Oh, it looks like people are in here anyway. Oh, nice. Well, I don't know whether it's better to have like a separate thing or to use my regular Git account, but this is probably nice anyway. So welcome. I guess I can delete the other one that I just accidentally made. Leave? Sure. This will be fine. Great. Well, now we have a place to hang out. I will try to make this more integrated with the stream in the future, like maybe have a way to, oh, sorry. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it's good to have a different organization here in case, like, we can split off conversations into other groups and things instead of it just being on my, like, regular account. I don't know. We can stay here unless there's a compelling reason to change, but Alfie has one vote for scanlime/live. Well, I already hided this. Can I unhide this? Well, I don't know how to unhide the other one that I just created briefly. Oh, here we go. There's also this room. Yeah, okay, well maybe I'll just delete that scanlime live account since I don't think I need that. I think that's a little bit redundant. How can I delete this? How do I do anything with objects in web apps ever? Great. So it's much easier to create things than to delete them, of course. Oh, here we go. Delete. Bye. Yeah, sorry to kick folks out, but I think we're going to go to the one that's less redundant. It'll just be scanlime/live. All right. So, hello again. Hopefully that wasn't too annoying for folks. Let me see if I can paste this URL to the other computer so I can have it on the side. Maybe that means I have to type it in on the on-screen keyboard. Oh, you know, I probably can't easily do that without signing in on that machine, huh? Okay, I will fuss with some of this stuff off stream, do the integration, but for now I'll just keep this on my screen here. So maybe I can put that down there, and then is there an easy way in Windows to make this always on top? Because that would be kind of convenient. I mean, I could also just take the time to log in on my other computer and then just put this in the stream proper. Oh, keyboards. Oh, too many keyboards. All right, I'm just going to momentarily plug this into the other computer. Oh, yeah, there's a cat. Tuka. Tuk. What do you want, little guy? I got to log into Git on my streaming machine for some reason. Oh yeah, thanks for mentioning in the new link in chat, Pyotr. So yeah, we're currently going to gitter.im/scanlime/live, which I will have on the screen in a sec. I just need to get this on the streaming machine, which I don't think I have the credentials on yet. And yeah, part of the reason for Gitter being a little nicer than Slack is that they're, oh, I can see this without signing in. That's actually kind of nice. So, okay, maybe I don't need this computer to be signed in then. In that case, let's go back to this and then maybe I can get OBS's browser source to do this. I've not tried browser source. I don't know how buggy it is, but let's see what we can do. So, oof. Where even is that? There it is. It seems to be loading slowly. Let's give this some more width so we can crop it. 2,000 by 1,000. Isn't that a good aspect ratio? Oh, I have to make this powers of 2 though. Let's make this 1024 by 768, why not? That needs to be a lot wider. 2048 by 1024. Why isn't it being wider? Oh, I left the channel? I'm not quite sure what's up with that. Oh, did I delete the other organization but not the other channel, so it was confusing for people? Let's see if I can move this to a better position. Oh, and I can install the Gitter client on this machine. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Oops. Just trying to do something relatively easy right now to get this on the stream. This is mostly just, I think, in need of a crop. Now you get to watch me edit my OBS configuration in semi-real time. What do you know? 420 pixels. Just right. So something like that. So I'll probably want to crop off some of the top two, or just make this not as tall. Something like that. Maybe just make that less tall in general. Yeah, maybe let's try something like that for now-ish. I will need to integrate this in with all my OBS setups and probably use the default client and all that. But yeah, so now we've got a way for people to actually submit links and images and stuff. Cool. Well, I'm going to plug this back into the CAD machine and see how far this gets us, but we can certainly fuss with this more later. Yay. So now we have that on top of the CAD. Maybe having some translucency there would help. Can I has translucence? Oh, that's interesting. You can do CSS overrides to make like the background of the page transparent, which would be really nice. Yeah, I'll definitely have to fuss around with this more when I have slightly more bandwidth. Probably not during a stream, but can I just add a little bit of translucency to this for now, maybe? I forget whether the color correction filter lets you blend with something translucent. Doesn't look like it. Maybe the chroma key filter is where it's at. I mean, I could chroma key the white out for now, which would be a little weird. Yeah, I'll have to fuss with this later, but let's just try to have something semi-usable at the moment. Whoops. Oh, I always hate moving something in OBS that I didn't want to move, because it's so hard to put it back. Just moved the oscilloscope. Okay, that'll do for now. We can make this better later. But oh, neat. Alfie is offering to maybe do an OBS plugin. That could be pretty cool. I've got to learn how to do OBS plugins in general, since I think the Tuco Flyer stuff is going to be largely an OBS plugin. Oh, now I'm trying to make this a little bit less unreadable. Yeah. Okay. Oh, man. Now it's getting stuck on that. Maybe a little bit less wide. Yeah, clearly this is the sort of fussing I should have a full-size mouse and keyboard handy for. Oh, right. I don't have any keyboard on this machine, actually. Okay, fine. Oh, is that not scrolling down to the bottom? Oh, maybe that isn't scrolling down to the bottom. Just wanted to get that to refresh. Well, anyway, I can fuss with the CSS for that later. Oh, there's a dark theme. That's useful too. Yeah, US Water Rockets is saying that it needs an alpha channel, and yeah, I know that there's a way to just fuss with the CSS to get the background to be the right alpha channel. I just don't really think I can do that right now without it being extremely boring. So I'm trying to limit the amount of fussing, but I will fix it later, since it does seem like something I should do. Maybe at least move that a little bit down. Or move it over here, maybe? Okay, so generally this is the strategy. So this is kind of a large gap here so that I can get the chord around it. It probably doesn't need to be quite that extreme. So that would be less of a gap. Which basically I would still want to be having screw heads there. Potentially captive nuts. Like I could potentially have the plastic piece that holds this kind of be like a C around here, and then like just provide like a sturdy backing here, like kind of a C shape. Just thinking of what I would need that to clear. Oh man, sorry, that is actually looking pretty bad over there with the blending. Can I fix the blending? Whoops. So the chroma key is actually what I'm already doing. It's just the chroma key looks kind of bad because I need to fix the parameters a little bit. Yeah. So I mean, the chroma key is what I'm using right now. It is not great, but this is my lazy solution when I don't feel like doing a whole bunch of CSS hacking when I'm nominally trying to do CAD. I don't know, there's always different yaks to shave. So this isn't going to be a ton of room, but I want it to be strong. Just this piece right here is going to be holding a lot of the weight, like all of it, and for it to be just a C shape like that seems a little bad. But I've also got all of the rest of this bolt length if I want it. Like, I could use a smaller M6, but I could also take this as an opportunity to kind of cantilever that. Oh, Alfie was suggesting using Programmer Pink as the terrible magenta. That, oh man. Yeah, let's not go there. If that ends up blending with anything, then it would leak all over the nearby pixels. Hey, Tuco, what do you want, little dude? You're sitting in your spot again. I'm not super happy with this, but maybe this is fine. And then on this front, so that wire or that cable ends up going past the capstan there, then kind of around the edge here, and then up onto this idler. So this idler, I actually probably want. Oh man, that's also going to be a tricky angle. Because like I want this idler to be relatively snug in that direction, like that way as you're looking at it. But the farther it moves that way, then the harder it's going to be for the cord coming down from here not to hit the edge of this load cell. I mean, I think that maybe means I need to move. Whoa, geez, how did I? Let's not do whatever it was I was just about to do. Can I move both of these together? Not like that, no. Not that one. These two. Maybe that just means moving them like that. So the load cell is lined up with that final idler. And now there's enough room that, this, because, the winch is going to be down here. There's going to be a hub somewhere here and an outer radius here. And that needs to clear whether it goes directly to the hub or whether it's going all the way to the outer radius. There's kind of an arc that it needs to have clearance with. This is pretty good. I'm going to see if I can snug up this capstan a little bit more, or the idler for the capstan. I don't want to leave that so tight that you can't get the cord in. But this little S-curve, basically making the cord go left around here and then right around there, is most of what I'm relying on to put pressure on the capstan. So something kind of like that. Oh, this might be why I needed the actual winch on the same CAD plan. So yeah, I could design this as a separate piece, but this is going to be so close in with everything else in the winch bot that I think I'm going to end up making mistakes with things not fitting if I can't see the winch on here also. Maybe it is time to import this into that. I don't know if I want to keep that layering or whether I want to actually just get rid of this diagram and somehow explode everything I've just done into the other file. Oh, nice. There's an image in the chat of that UV4L streamer on the Raspberry Pi Zero. That seems fun. Oh, and I need to unplug my mouse again. Seems to just do that when it opens a new file. Okay, let's... Oh, really? Or when I close the sidebar? All right. Let's try to clean this up a little bit. Oh, right. This was going to be a special kind of idler. Because I wanted that to be an idler with a really kind of wide sloping profile so that it would help to center the cord on the winch. I don't think a really skinny idler like I've been using would actually work there. This is really starting to seem like I need to just have 3 idlers instead of 2. Oh, let me still delete stuff that I don't want here. So I don't want the load cell in here yet. Or the encoder. We'll keep that for now. And, oh, there's so many warnings. Oh, so many warnings. What is this? I don't think I've really cleaned this up even since replacing the motor, so this sketch is actually still pretty messy. Okay, I'm not going to worry about cleaning up the sketch. New plan. Winchbot sketch is still a temporary disaster, but just to see how this other sketch fits, I'm going to insert it in there. Ah, okay. So one decision to be made is whether the string, the rope comes out close to the wall or further from the wall. And my original intuition was that having it come out close to the wall and then having the rope just kind of follow right along the wall would be better. But I'm actually noticing, just looking at the environment around here, and having it be maybe 6 inches away from the wall would actually be a lot less likely to snag on stuff. And the reason that matters is if I'm wall mounting this, then I want the heavy side to be near the wall so that I'm not putting unnecessary strain on the wall mounting, which means this side where the motor, the bulk of the motor is, like basically this has been my reference for the wall, and this has been my reference for the floor, because that's kind of where I would want it to sit in either of those 2 scenarios. So that actually means that this final idler would be going on the other side. Which also means that the encoder is conveniently not something I necessarily need to swap to the other side. Because I want the bulky stuff to be on the same half of the enclosure. So then this needs to be lined up with that plane, of course, but that's basically what's going on. And I wouldn't want that to actually be inside the spool, because that would be annoying in many ways. So it would end up being kind of like that, I think. Ignore this. What? That's not what I wanted. Just clicked something and got it all to move. Okay, yeah. So roughly that positioning. And then this idler would be on this side instead. Why did that come out? What did I do to make these come out of the idler pulley? Oh, it was... I think that was what I did before I accidentally moved that other piece instead of the larger piece. And now I've just uninserted it, so let's insert it again. Oh, that is still messed up. Did I move that in my other design somehow? No? These are fine. Oh yeah, Mikkel in chat is saying, I like how people have made the, they're talking about pick and place machines, made them work with a modified 3D printer. I've seen that work, it's just really slow and kind of unreliable. Oh yeah, and Piotr says the assembly is becoming more and more complicated. Curious how much is missing to have the whole flyer in the CAD. Oh geez, probably a lot. And this is probably going to be a complicated project. I mean, at least the actual robot part is not going to have a ton of moving parts, I hope. But yeah, these seem fine. Why was that not fine in the other document? Like, what? I just delete this and try again. Is that the stage we're at? Winch sensors. I have one component selected. Ah, that is still not at the right place. Does that happen if I insert this into another document? New design. Oh, what do you mean probably? I think I missed what that was in reference to. Is this still not inserting? Oh, I have to save it before inserting components. Junk heap. Ugh, what? And why do I have like a... Oh, that's actually a real sketch, that's fine. But... why? So there's gotta be something in here. Maybe I'll see that if I close this and reopen it. Oh, probably going to be complicated. Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be complicated for sure. Yeah. Nope, not that. Why? Do I need to capture locations or something like that? How do I do that on its own? Hey, Tuco. Are you gonna stand on something inappropriate? Oh, careful. Don't touch the amplifier. Cat butt. Are you looking for a good place to hang out? On my desk, Tuco. You just see what you want and you take it. Oh man, I can barely read. Oh geez, Tuco. Ah. Oh geez, that is insert the winch into the drawing with the idlers. Oh yeah, that might be a good thing to do. Oh man, this background is... I would like the chroma key to not be quite so all or nothing. Well, it seems like that's what I've got. Oh, maybe not. Looks like there's like a fall off that I can add to the chroma key. That still doesn't look so great, but maybe it's slightly more readable. I will definitely find a better solution for this in the near future. So I think I just want to see if these positions are captured. Like, I still don't quite understand how this part works. Oh, I've made it do that by editing. And if I roll forward through that one. What did I even just do? This is the move operation that's causing trouble. Or was it this? Oh. I guess I don't totally understand what these position nodes actually mean. I can't do that. Well, now at least I've gotten this into the same inconsistent state somehow. Maybe I just delete that capstan, or delete the idler rather, and make another one. I'm just making the problem worse. Now I have undeletable objects. I can't right-click on this thing. Do I have, maybe Tuco stuck a modifier key down or something. This is just infuriating. Like, there's an object here that I can't delete, and I can't find where it comes from. It seems to be coming from this link operation, but I can't seem to interact with that either. Maybe the whole UI is just in some kind of inconsistent state due to catwalking across keyboard or something. I might just have to reset this. Fine. Oh man, that looks really bad. The text anti-aliasing. Oh wow, it's a pretty neat story about computer vision on a gum packing machine. You having problems with that cable again? Is this stream going to devolve into cable retermination stream? Actually, which of these cables needs work? Is it this one? This one certainly seems to be part of the problem. Is it this one? Can't even tell. This one is the wire going across the room, which probably means it's the problem. Oh, this has a really low quality BNC connector on it. Let me extend this over a little bit so we can work on it on the desk. Hey, Tuco. Is this going to reproduce the problem? Yes. Let's see if we can fix that. Oh. That was the shittiest coax termination, apparently. I apparently just broke it. Well. Let's warm up the soldering iron and move this camera. Oh, we're still getting an image on that local screen there. Is that reliable? Not entirely. Seems good enough, though. Oh. Maybe I do need to get this off the tripod and onto the desk. This thing is pretty much made of Velcro. That is going to the monitor. This is the problem cable. So I was trying to figure out what kind of a connection this was to see how to repair it, and apparently it's the kind where the coax is very badly soldered such that it corrodes instantly, and then there's just this rubber boot over the whole bad soldering mess. Yeah, here's the other end. It just kind of came off. It's one of these like screw thread / solder cut BNCs, and they just soldered it really badly. It's like the worst soldering job I've ever seen on a BNC cable. this terrible little boot is molded in. Something like that. Oh, this cable is not great, and it's also probably not the right way to strip this. I think I've got to cut something off on this end. There we go. Oh, I really cut a lot of the shield strands there. Wow, the dielectric is full of bubbles. That's not something you should really ever want to hear. I can't focus that close. Yeah, you can kind of see little bubbles in the dielectric there. That's not the best quality copper, but let's see if we can just put another connector on it and get some signal. Something like this. I think this is basically what they were using, but slightly less bad version of it. I'd really like to get this more onto my table, so I'm trying to undo some of this Velcro so I can get the wire out. This is all about replacing this contraption anyway, so I guess I shouldn't worry too much about disturbing the delicate balance of Velcro that's keeping it together. Alright. Here's the leash for the Tuco Cam version 1. Fully unleashed. So we've got the 12-volt power, which on this camera actually seems to be a significantly thicker wire, but I don't know how much of that's actually copper. And then here we have the coax. So, and then these seem very similar. But the one that I'm replacing has like a, oh man, the interiors of these plugs actually look kind of sketchy. So like, the one on the right is the one I'm replacing, and it has this weird domed center pin that I don't remember seeing on most BNCs. And this one on the left is more like what I'm used to. But on the other end, they're pretty similar. There's the terrible corroded solder job. Ugh. What were they even thinking? So I don't even know what to use for strain relief here, except maybe to mold some plastic around it. And then to use some heat shrink. So I'm gonna get some heat shrink and then some moldable plastic. This wire is not very good either, but it seems to work. Alright. Let's have some work holding, maybe. Those load cells look pretty delicate. Alright, so I've got pretty much that. Trim the center conductor pretty much. Oh, this wire is not stranded, it's solid center core, which is also a bit weird, but definitely not something I would want for my Tuco flyer leash. I really want stranded wire for something moving around so much. I think I'm just gonna solder that, then put on solder on the shield. I'll try to keep this away from that while I'm soldering the shield. And then to mold on some plastic to give this some more rigidity. So. Oh, I'm also losing my overlay from the other screen. Alright, center connector soldered. Let's take some of the stress out of that. This is going to involve just getting it annoyingly hot. Let's try to trim that a little. Try to stand that on the edge a little bit so I can get the solder in there. Oh, Peter's asking in chat if I tried the Teflon jaws for the stick vise. I have not ordered those, no. I was thinking about making some of my own jaws out of something, but I probably wouldn't make them myself out of Teflon. I'd probably just use HDPE or something if I was making them. Teflon seems like a big improvement. Alright, that's sticking to the connector fine. I just want to make sure there's plenty of solder in the wire too. Something like that. Slightly out of focus. Thanks, Servo AF. Alright. So, I think I want to mold some plastic around it next. I should probably test it first, but I might as well just do this while it's warm. Oops. These are kind of messy. This is polymorph, aka shape lock, aka polycaprolactone. I've also seen 3D printer filament made out of this stuff, which is kind of an interesting idea. It's a type of plastic that its main feature is a really low melting point so that you can mold it by hand. But it sets hard as nylon basically once it's cooled. For making small batches of it, like you can heat it with water, but I will often just put a little bit of it into a silicone dish and then heat it with my hot air gun. And kind of squish them around to get good coverage. I like this better than heating up with water because then you don't get water in your plastic. It's a little hard to get out. And you know, it's just easy way to heat up small batches without making a mess or getting it stuck to a lot of tools. Pretty much any kind of like silicone cookware is probably good for this too. Like, imagine those little muffin tin liners being really useful for this. And it doesn't get so hot that if you get it on your skin that it's that bad. Did get it slightly stuck to my side cutters there. Let's continue warming this a little bit before I try molding it. It's easy to tell when it's warm because it turns clear. It seems to always be a milky white solid and a clear liquid. I'm trying to push it into the screw threads on here so that it gets a good grip on the connector. And then give it maybe a little bit of strain relief, I hope. Ends up looking a lot like the dielectric. Oh, nice. Piotr likes the heat gun solution too, much less messy than the water. Yeah, this plastic is handy. I end up using it for a bunch of stuff around the shop, just when I need something that, you know, it's like I don't want to CAD a shape, I just want to like mold it until it fits, you know. And it's especially nice for stuff like this where I want to embed something in it. So, I should let this cool, but I'm tempted to go ahead and start wiring up the CAT camera and then let it cool when it's in place. This needs to be Velcroed back onto the tripod, I think. It's always hard to put a tripod in your lap. So this mostly goes to a power splitter thing. power splitter to power both the camera and the monitor on here. So, power is back on. You should see the monitor turning on in a sec. Or not. Hello, monitor. I really hate these 2.5mm barrel jacks. They're just so unreliable. But, alright, let's try a video. Moment of truth. I'm going to be gentle on this until it's cooled. Yay! Maybe I can use the Velcro to hold this into a gentle position for it to cool in. Just blow on it until it's solid. Oh, I totally forgot about the heat shrink I was going to put on there. I guess I could slide it under a little bit. It's just kind of touching it. It's not really under there. That's fine. That's not the right subject for the CAD camera. Yeah, the plastic is getting bent into all sorts of different angles, which isn't going to help it cool in a consistent way. But, hey Chico, I feel your paws on my hair. Oh, these Velcro things. They're so much easier to put on than to take off. I was just trying to gently tie the coax to its neighbor so that they could support each other while the plastic cools. Okay. Diversion. Yes, I did just encase then test in that order. That's fine. This is easy to unattach if I needed to. I could just melt it. Yeah, the question is this the same plastic as hot glue, only higher temp? I think it's lower temp than hot glue, but because like hot glue burns you really badly when you handle it, whereas this stuff is more like, you know, if you let it sit in your hand, it would burn you, but the rate that it actually exchanges heat with its environment is so low that it's hard to, you know, it's easy to not get burned rather. Yeah. But look, it's working. Now, if that was more complicated, I totally would have wanted to test it first, but this is also for TucoCam V1. TucoCam V1 can be a little more by the seat of my pants than TucoCam V1 or V2. Oh yeah, I need to join the channel so I can get highlighted. Okay. I guess I just need... Oh, was I already logged in on this? Maybe I was. Okay. Yay, I can talk. Cool. Well, now that should show up. Let's see, where will that highlight? I guess it'll highlight down here on my chat machine. Yeah, it's coming up behind the cat window here. The streaming machine would give me similar bubbles, except it isn't actually logged in up there. Hello. All right, well, that distraction taken care of. And the CAD software restarted because I was having trouble with this bolt position somehow. Oh, and it's still way over there. So I think I decided I just wanted to delete this whole thing. Can I delete it now? I guess so. Cool. Oh, am I gonna get notifications for everything in here? Maybe? Oh, that counts as muting? Interesting. Sure, mentions and announcements. Hovering eye. Okay, so now I've got the messages, and I've got it in another window, and then you've got the overlay on the stream. We'll gradually improve this. All right, so another small idler. Yeah, I think I've got the notifications set to just mentions at this point. I think that's right. I was just confused that it considers that to be muting the channel. I guess if you set up a channel like in your own organization, then it thinks you want to hear everything that's going on in it all the time, which, like, I'm interested, but I don't necessarily need a notification for everything. Oh, now I've got to dig up this point that is impossible to see now. Oh, it's like, I know it's somewhere around here. I can find it in the stack. But that's so annoying. Target point. None of those. That one? Yes. Now I have two of the same idler, effectively. Let's move one of them. So I'm moving the whole component. I'm going to capture the position. Man, I feel like there's so many pitfalls for moving things in this program. Oh, a good question from Mikkel in the chat. Did I enable the option for interaction in the YouTube streaming? It lowers the delay quite a bit. I had that set for a while, but when a bunch of people were having trouble with streaming lately, I tried switching it back to less buffering, and that seems to have actually helped a bunch of people. Like, I mean, this isn't the most conclusive test, obviously, but like the next stream that I did after changing that setting, people didn't seem to be having trouble, and it seemed like it was an improvement. I don't know. I don't know if there's a better option. So for this, I want these to be moved such that there's a very definitive S-curve that the chord has to take from this top view. But I also want there to be enough room between these that you can get the chord out. So yeah, that means that it like definitely has to make at least a little bit of a squiggle before getting through there. I think that's going to be a little tight to get the chord through. So I guess one question is, could I replace this? Oh, a good question from Robert. I haven't watched in a while. What's the deal with Gitter? Well, we were just trying this out on this stream, actually. It's brand new. I think this was just a suggestion that, it'd be nice to have a place that we could talk even between streams. And the YouTube chat has also been annoying in that it won't let people post links or images. And while I'm sure that's useful for anti-spam, people actually often want to post like drawings or links to products or things that we're talking about. So yeah, I think the Gitter is one solution to both of those problems that seems pretty good so far. And yeah, there's probably a long delay when you're using everything here. Oh, a good question from Joel in the YouTube chat. Hey, are you using an absolute rotary encoder? No, these are relative encoders. These just have, the two usual out of phase signals for sine and cosine. No real reason for an absolute encoder here, as far as I can tell. I mean, assuming I can keep up with all the pulses from the relative encoder, but that should be pretty easy. Oh, make a slot in the bracket so you can adjust the position of the idler. Oh, like this one? This idler, you mean? I mean, I can see that being useful. I wouldn't use that as a solution to get the cord in and out, though, because I'm imagining that this whole thing is going to be mostly enclosed, other than an access opening on the top side here. So you could reach in and, you know, run the cord through the center spindle down there, and then loop it around these. But I don't expect that you'd have a whole lot of room to get in there with tools every time you want to adjust it. I thought it had this 0 pulse. Oh, from this sensor. I don't think this one has a 0 pulse. I think we have ground, +5, and 2 outputs. There was a thing that said 0, but I think that was just I think there were 2 grounds, like there's a shield ground and a signal ground. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Posting a link in the YouTube chat to the Gitter chat would be nice. I could potentially do that. I just have an input device deficiency over here. Am I logged in over here? I also am just like not logged in on most of these computers because I like to keep the credentials separated. Well, so one consideration here is, with the idler in the position it's in, does that give me enough room to make kind of a clean trip down to the winch? I think it does. But I was planning on the first idler, that, you know, next to the winch rather, to be pretty long so that it can kind of accept a lot of different angles of cord going back and forth across the spool, but then tends to center it. I think the idler right here maybe needs to be a little more specific about what position the cord is in. And that maybe my big pulley actually goes down here somewhere. It is really compelling to use fewer pulleys rather than more, though. I mean, well, maybe let's just try making a wider idler and see if that works. I just, like, I'm worrying, like, well, what happens if... So let's say this is the wider idler, so instead of having these really steep edges, it has a really gentle slope. If the cord does actually wander away from that center position too much, then, I mean, the benefit of that wide idler is that when you end up with that kind of sideways pull from the winch spool, that you wouldn't end up scraping on these edges of the pulley. I think that's probably good, but then the problem is, like, if I don't line up the cord right in the middle of this capstan, then my measurements are off, and it might just jump off of the capstan entirely. And so another consideration is how you go in here and wind it. So I'm imagining the access port is on the top. You can take a side off if you really need to, but I would want to be able to wind this mostly from the top if possible. The load cell really gets in the way of that, doesn't it? Maybe that's just, maybe I just have to accept that you have to take the side off to wind it. So, I guess that still leaves me not sure whether or not this should be wider, whether there should be another one. If this one does stay narrow and there's another pulley, so one reason to have fewer pulleys is fewer, less materials, simpler design, less things to break. Those are all good factors. I think the main reason I've been trying to minimize them was to make it easier to wind when you're first getting it started. But I think I might just give up on the super easy winding idea I had, where you could basically just reach in the top, stick the cord through the hole in the middle of the spool, and then run it around the other pulleys and be done. Since with the load cell where it is right now, there's not a lot of access to the actual spool. This is going to be mostly blocked off. And I could put the load cell over here. The load cell is designed to be pretty weak in that one direction, but strong in all the other directions. So I could put it over here, and even if there was kind of a torque on the load cell, it should mostly resist that, but that's still not a good practice. Like, I'd rather keep the forces pretty in line here. Ooh, that's a neat idea. Yeah, I wish we could embed this chat in that place. Yeah, that would be nice. Or doing kind of our own client with Sidecar, that also seems kind of nice. Oh, that's interesting. You're talking about enclosing the pulleys and rope. Why not make an enclosure that surrounds the pulleys and rope that forces the rope through that one path? There's still the problem of access. Like, if you were to snake the rope down here and then just kind of feed it through, the problem is, well, you still need to get to the other side to, because eventually this needs to go through the spool. So if I unspool this is still on a bearing. So the cord passes through the center of the spool, and then there's a knot. So, I mean, and maybe that could be different too. Like, maybe you pre-knot it, and then there's something you can hook it into on the spool. But yeah. I mean, opening up the side to spool it is probably not that big of a deal. I mean, I've been designing everything so far to anchor to only one side of the enclosure. So, even the spool in the middle, the one side of this is attached to the motor with a set screw, but then the other side has a bearing in the middle, but it isn't actually going to be attached with a nut. I'm just going to have an M6 bolt already attached with a nut on the other side of the enclosure, and then that'll just sit in here and hold the load. So yeah, maybe I stop worrying about making this super easy to thread and instead just think about how to make it pretty easy to get the side of the unit off for threading. The lid cover comes off perpendicular to the ropes. Yeah, I think we're converging on the same solution. So the original cover that I was thinking of would come off parallel, so up in this orientation. So for example, if I had this little winch bot, I'm imagining it being kind of like a snail-shaped thing with a big kind of circular area for the spool, and then some other kind of stuff on the side. And so you have this kind of snail thing sitting there, and I was imagining that you could basically reach into the top of the snail and run it around the spool, and then just using that access with your hands. And in that case, there wouldn't have to be a cover, just an opening there. But in this case, oh yeah, this comment from Piotr, the video at Adafruit with threading so that was yeah, I think we're coming up with basically the same idea. So instead of having this thing that came off the top, that basically everything is attached to one side, you have a small cover that comes off of that side, and then you can spool it, and in fact, I just made the hinging motion. It could actually be hinged. It wouldn't necessarily need to not be hinged. It's a little easier to design if it goes on and off straight, I guess. But we can probably make that hinge. Hinging, Hinging is hard the way I had the axle designed though, so maybe going on and off straight is the way to make it go. Alright, so that seems fine. S-curve, and then I want to know what this wider idler looks like. And this is also seeming like... maybe what I do with my files here is maybe this file actually becomes the overall bot. And then, oh, did it just update Autodesk? Maybe that's why things were screwy. It was doing a background update. So maybe this becomes my main file. And then maybe this I take over as just the spool and motor contraption. So maybe let's clean this up a little bit. Jeez. Let's take this out entirely. I don't really want any of this either. So these three are mounting screws to the motor. That's cool. That's the motor. That's the nut or that's the bolt that actually holds the spool. Let's get rid of these. These were like placeholders for keeping the two halves together, but that's really far in the future. Was I using those on... oh, geez, why was I referencing those all the way back here? I also really did not know how to avoid creating space-time continuum problems all over my CAD drawing back when I made this. I think that's been one of the most important, but also kind of nuanced things that I'm learning about Fusion 360, is how to design all the interrelationships between your parts so that they don't break all the time. I also don't like these pieces. So I like the spool itself, but if I take off the spool, I don't know. These pieces are okay, but they really need work. I mean, this center boss is really one of the few things that I actually still like about this, but that's easy to recreate. So, yeah, I don't want these anymore. Let's redo those later. What is that? All right. That's the bearing in the spool. That needs a lot of adjustment. That's the that was the set screw. Let's also get rid of these. This bearing. That's the one. Probably this entire sketch. Probably a lot of these entire sketches. Yeah, and let's try to rename this so that this is just about the spool. I guess I can't rename it while it's open. Alright, just the spool. Oh, nice tip from US Water Rockets in chat. A useful thing to do in Fusion 360 is to group your operations in the timeline together, and then name those groups useful things. I didn't even know I could do that, but that sounds super useful. And this particular document is maybe a little too far gone for that to be helpful, but oh man, maybe I can go back and clean this. It is really tempting to just start over. Maybe I go back to the beginning. I started with a bearing, and then a construction line, and I move the bearing to the construction line. None of that is right, though. Like, there's a warning on that construction line. Oh, that's where the motor used to be. So part of the problem is I imported the motor way at the end of this, whereas actually the motor is something I need pretty early on. Where do I bring the motor in? That's this one. And oh man, this is so complicated. It is really tempting to do this over again. Oh, Robert's asking why we can't just have real IRC. I mean, we could. The thing that I just don't, I think a lot of people have this problem where they don't have a console that they can just run an IRC client on continuously. So it's nice to have something that has like web and mobile clients. Oh yeah, and this also has built-in support for like media and images and stuff, which seems pretty useful. These bolts always need a little bit of breaking in. Oh, I wonder how the printers are doing. I feel like I should look at that in person and maybe start another one on the back printer. So one of the idlers came off the raft and is wandering around. So far it hasn't been causing problems, but it looks like it's going to really soon. I could stop the print, or I could try to glue that down or something so that I still end up with 2 working idlers. Do I have any really fast glue that would do it, or like some blue tack or something? I might have mentioned that this PET plastic is really, really prone to warping. I think that's what's happening. It's just warping off of the raft. And like one of the other idlers is barely still stuck to its raft. That's going to be hella precarious. You're so warm. I think that's holding. All right, I'm gonna check on that soon. It's also tempting to print another nut, but that spool is almost empty. You might even be able to see the mostly empty spool in the background. So I'll have to find a very small print to print on that spool. I've got one of these that I think I inadvertently ended up lubricating since I was playing with a bit of, I guess I got some like iPhone cables or something, and it came bundled with these little silicone O-ring kind of things. And I was just playing with one of those, and I stuck them in the threads here and ground it up, and it ended up lubricating the thread with some kind of bits of whatever that material was. Anyway. Oh yeah, there's so many different ways to get your chat stream happening. I mean, I remember I used to have a really complicated setup involving. I mean, it usually involves having a server somewhere, which I currently don't have. I recently had one for the streams to run transcoding, but or not even transcoding because I didn't have the CPU for that, but just to like mirror the video to Twitch and YouTube. But I don't have to have that anymore with the fiber here, so I wouldn't really have a place to run that except right here. So this is the old motor. Is that? Oh no, that's the right motor. Okay, it's just not really lined up right. Or maybe it is. It just looks weird because the shaft is so big. So this construction line, I think I originally made it based on the... I think I originally drew this whole thing around the motor, basically. Which is why a lot of this stuff broke when I removed the original motor model. But I would really like to take this and move it to somewhere earlier in the timeline. Can I do that? Did that just work? Kind of. Oh, there's a scroll bar for my timeline. It goes way back here. All right. Oh, I guess that managed to do it. So now the first things I do here are inserting that bearing and this motor. Man, this motor. I had it positioned just right, but that was way over here. This is so annoying. It is really tempting just to delete this file and start over. But this spool is already mostly a good design. Can I find the move? Because I had a move that put this into the right spot. There it is. Where did that come from? Is that this thing? And then the screws. Oh, can I move all of this earlier? Can I group this stuff? I guess there was a group in there somewhere. Position and copy paste. Yeah, I'd really like to group all of that stuff together. It'd be annoying. Capture/revert is shown when you move a component. Yeah, I mean, I get that in general. It's just that this particular design is such a huge mess that I'm having trouble figuring out what's what. Because I made this before I really understood how the moving system worked. Not that I have a great grasp of it right now, but it's certainly better. Well, maybe I just remake this. I really, really don't like this. Yeah. I'm just going to delete this because I don't want it. Okay, so now I also don't want junk heap. Thanks, but no. Okay, so let's make another one that is just about the spool. Let's keep this one. And in fact, maybe the way I should do these components is maybe this file should become like, here are all the mechanical components, and that's the assembly where I make sure that the path for all the joints for positioning. I guess I don't know what that means. Like, I get that there are joints here, but I don't know why I would use a joint for just moving things and getting them in the right position. But, I mean, anyway, I'll take a look at that soon. First thing I'm trying to do is just figure out how to even organize my files here. Like, I think I want this one to just be the mechanical parts. I guess I can't rename it while it's open. So rename this. Winchbot mechanical, maybe? Okay, so new file. To start designing this around the motor, I guess. Oh, I have to save this first. Spool and motor. Okay, so I'm going to use all the default positions for that. Great. And I think the very next thing I want to do is I want to get the fasteners in here so that I know what height to avoid. That might be something I do with the physical object. Oh, that's right. We decided that this was drilled all the way through, so the screws actually have quite a distance that they could go into. But I think I just wanted to use like M3x8s or something small like that. So yeah, more of these button head M3x8s. All right. I keep finding that these M3 screws I actually have a wider head diameter than most of the ones on McMaster. It looks like the standard is 5.5 or 5.7. What do I actually have? 5.82. All right, whatever. I'll just have to make sure not to make that hole too snug. Oh, step file, not SolidWorks. Oh, that's interesting. Everyone who joins is in the room, even if they aren't present. I guess that makes sense, sort of. Okay, well, okay, maybe let's try having a joint here instead of... Oh, I just canceled the whole insert, didn't I? No, I didn't. Okay. Is a joint the right way to assemble? Like, people have been telling me to use joints, but I guess I don't really understand when you would want to use a joint versus when you would just put it in the right place. And I've been assuming that the joints have to do with when you want something to move in simulation. I guess this hint from Emona is saying that joints are the main way to assemble things. All right. So component one. Neither of those actually selected. Why not? Why couldn't I select that in the browser? That's weird. Oh, I guess it wanted me to pick a location on the component, not an actual component. See, this is misleading. It doesn't actually want a component. It wants like a face. But, I don't know about this. No, that's not what I want. It's like, do I just have to wait to put the fastener in? Because that's the thing, is like, it's assuming that I have a joint that I want to join with a fastener, but it's like the joint doesn't actually exist yet. I'm putting the fastener in the place where I want to make the hole. The surfaces that I'm trying to join aren't a thing yet. And I could make a placeholder for those surfaces, but that seems like not the order I want to be doing this in. I mean, maybe I'm also misunderstanding what you mean by move, because, like, do you mean move when you're trying to assemble things, or move at runtime? Like, now I'm making these screws slide up and down in the holes, which is maybe not what I want. No. So I guess I made a joint. Is that a way to move it? Or is that just an indicator of what I did? Animate joint. This is just not right. I don't want a joint. This is I don't want these parts to move. I want to use this as a reference point in constructing parts. Like, maybe there's a way to make a joint work, but it really, really seems to be going against the concept of what I want. Like, what I want is to move this that not working? Is that all I needed? Great. So then I want to move it up by the amount that I want. So like 5 millimeters. Maybe 4 millimeters. Yeah, that's what I want. See, that's not so much of a joint as just carefully placing something there. My problem before, I think, was not in the tools that I used, but the recklessness with which I structured the results. Oops. I really want the curve, not the curve's endpoints, because then that'll give me the center. Oh, wait, did I just copy bodies instead of components? I meant to copy the component. I mean, what I really want is to make a component that has 3 screws in the orientation that I want. I just haven't been able to figure out how to group together multiple of these imported components. So I want one component. Okay, that's what I wanted. Now I have another component. I want a third component, in fact. I think that's what I want. Oh yeah. Jarrett says, I thought that was an extremely distant meow, but Tuco's right there. Yeah, I get that sometimes. There are other cats in the building, but Tuco is probably the loudest cat I know of in this building. Okay, so this is a thing that I would actually kind of like to save as a group, if that's possible. How do I group together things that I've done in the timeline? It would be really cool if this program had a command line. I really like programs with command lines. Oh yeah, folks seem to have gotten a lot more chatty since Gitter, which seems nice. I mean, the YouTube chat is definitely minimal, and it's nice to have something that works better. I mean, there is a group in there, which is for what? I can't even quite tell. Just for this thing? Just for the one screw? Oh, maybe it grouped the 2 that I copied? But then not these other copy. Oh, I don't even know what the difference is between this operation and these operations. Can I group any of these? Oh, whoops, that's not what I wanted, but yeah, so if I grab a couple of these, I can create a group. What is the limit to that? Why does it just disappear all of a sudden? Because that's a group that I don't have control over. Oh, now I can't create a group? Where did that even go? I can group those 4. Can I group this? Yeah. but not when I selected that and then deselected it. Oh, yeah, US Water Rockets is telling me exactly what I'm doing right now, but I'm having trouble because maybe you can't see it on the screen with the stuff in front, but when I selected all of them, the create group option just wasn't there. Like, expand group is there because there is a group in here. So apparently you can't have nested groups, and if I unselect the group that was there, so let me try to recreate the situation I was in. So I'd selected all of these, right-clicked here, there's expand group but not create group. And then if I'm like control-clicking these to deselect them, now there's neither expand group nor create group, even though I only have these latest ones selected. But if I deselect them all, and then reselect just those last four, now I can create a group. That's just weird. Can I at least name this? Motor screws. I don't know what this is and why it needs to be a group though. Like, expand group doesn't expand it permanently. I guess this was a group that was in the component that I imported. Can I rename this? Screw. Motor screws. Screw. Motor. Did that rename not even work? See, I just rename it and it just doesn't even do anything. No, I can't rename it. And there's no indication as to why. This UI is so bad. I mean, there's some things about it that are really nice, but there's just such a pervasive, like, not even, like, I can understand them making it simple, but like the fact that when an option isn't available, it just isn't there instead of it being grayed out, that always bothers me. Like, I know it's probably annoying to some people to just see a bunch of grayed out options, but to me that's like how you learn what the program is capable of, even if it can't do it in the current mode. Anyway, I think maybe now it's just time to make another spool profile around this. So what have we learned from the spool? I think the bearing thing in the middle is fine. The fit was way too tight. The whole interface between the two halves needs to be rethought. It's maybe a little too big, but not by much. Well, let's get into a profile sketch and try to make something here. I do like the idea of having a construction axis through this shaft. Oh, can I name this too? Motor axis. Yay. Now, sketch this maybe on this plane. No, not that plane actually. I was trying to click on a different plane. That's what I wanted. This can be spool profile. Yay. So, what was I using before? I think I had 2mm thick walls. Yeah, 2mm. And then the inner distance here was 40mm. And then the whole thing was 150mm. So I want to basically keep those dimensions, but maybe make it a little bit less big. I guess we want to project this. let's not label that with a dimension, because I want to label the diameter, not the radius. Let's just put some lines with no real constraints going on. Something I kind of like about adding all the constraints from scratch, like sometimes I trust the automatic constraints, but sometimes I just want to do it myself. Oops. Can we dimension between just these points, maybe? 40 millimeters? Yeah, let's make that 2 millimeters. I was wondering whether to do that with dimensioning here or with some other tool like offsetting. Alright, and now circle, or an arc rather. Okay, so that I can adjust how much room there is in the center based on how much other stuff I've got going on there. That's construction, that's construction. Oh yeah, Emon says Fusion is pretty opinionated. Yeah, I mean, I'm still getting used to the component system. It's just like a lot of the way I like to work is by kind of getting as much of the design as possible into one big thing and then carving it up into parts that I want to individually print, and that gets super annoying in Fusion. Whereas that strategy actually works pretty nicely in Rhino. Maybe I'll use just plain old lines to join this. No, not that. Anything but that. Oh, iterative. I guess that's what people call it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much what Rhino was designed for. I guess the way I've said it in the past is I really like using Rhino when I don't quite know what I'm going to design. But then I've used programs like SolidWorks in the past when I've got a pretty good idea of what it'll be in my head. Well, so here's the basic thing. I mean, I'm also reevaluating, I guess, what kind of bearing strategy I want to use, given that sort of bigger motor, such a bigger shaft. is also reversed. Come on, just gotta lead you over here. And sometimes you're like, no, I'm going home. No, come on, this way. Just have to move you over a little bit at a time while your solutions reconverge. Oh. Psst. This thing. Well, as much as I want to dimension the diameter and not the radius, maybe I have to dimension the radius the way I'm doing this. So let's say I want my diameter to be like 120, so let's try making this 60. I don't know, 120 is pretty little. Maybe 140 or 135. So, yeah, let's just make it like 75 maybe. That just looks really small, but I'm sure it won't be. I've also made the inner diameter is also way bigger than it needs to be here. So something like that. I mean, I really should figure out where the bearing goes, though. I like the idea of putting the bearing in the middle again. And that pretty much means that this doesn't actually need that much of the shaft to turn it. I think I want a bearing on here in the history before that sketch so that we can reference it. Oh, Ghost Water Rocket says, every so often I find myself habitually clicking in Scanlime's fusion window and trying to scroll or zoom for a closer look. I bet that must be annoying. I do the same thing on like videos that I've saved. Joints. I mean, it's a weird order, because like, I get the idea of making a component and then joining them all together, and that's fine after I have the components, but to make the components, I want some way of connecting them together that doesn't rely on things actually obeying physical constraints yet, because I'm just deciding where things go kind of arbitrarily. And like this, I mean, yeah, I could probably encode some constraints about where this needs to go, but that wasn't what I wanted. I always forget that I need to capture the rotation separately before I do the point-to-point move. Because like this isn't actually where I want this. This is just a reference I'm using. And the actual position I want is some distance away from this to the side, but still along that axis. like that or that would make a pretty good position. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, so as US Water Rockets here is mentioning in chat, like I think Fusion's paradigm is very linear. Like you build a component, then you build the next thing with the component, and so on. And so it's a little bit like trying to design like an API or something, where you have this chain of dependencies that you need to try to keep manageable. That makes sense. I'm just used to worrying more about what the shape is than like the underlying structure when I'm first trying to figure out what that shape even is. And then after I kind of know more about what the shape is, I can think of, well, okay, how would I model this in a program that has all these opinions? So I think I just want to see what I can do with designing this so that the bearing is pretty much at the middle of the spool. Did I capture this position? Can I not capture the position unless I'm moving it? How do I just capture the position? If there's a command line, I could just type capture position at it, which would be fun. Really? Where is my move even? Minus something or other giant overflow looking millimeters. No. What? That's better. Don't know where that came from. I have to move it by some amount to capture the position, apparently. Okay, well now I've got a position object down there. Wildmania is asking if they're in an archive stream or a live one. You're in a live one. We've been moving the official chat over to Gitter. So anybody in the YouTube chat right now, if you move over to gitter.im, if you scroll up in the YouTube chat, you might be able to see it, but let me see if I can get it up on the screen. Yeah, so it's gitter.im/scanlime/live is what we're trying out for chat. Joint. Oh, and I've also been meaning to try solve space for sure. I've been waiting till a separate project since I've already got so much in this project, but yeah, I do want to try solve space again. You're telling me to use a joint to attach this. This is super weird, but okay. And like, you're probably telling me I could have used an offset for these joints too. I just don't see what the surfaces are that you're telling it to attach even are. Like, if I go back here, that's moving the screw into place and then making some copies. Well, let's try this. I think I was debating whether or not to try that with the screws also, but I'm just going to do this with the bearing first. Oh, I just really hate the visibility in this program. Like when objects get stuck inside the other, I just want a wireframe view. All I want is a wireframe view sometimes. And they're just so committed to this being a solid CAD program. I just want wireframes. I just want to see the edges of the geometry sometimes. Let's just get that out of there. So a new joint. I don't know if that was even the right solution, but really? What? What the fuck is this even doing? I really hate this animation. Stop. No. Why is it animating everything? Is that what I wanted? So how is that different than the move? So, I mean, I think I've done the thing that you were suggesting, and this seems like it's consistent. I just don't know why what I've done is different from just moving it into position. Like, I see that it's probably recorded some additional information about this. Whoa, what did I just do? How did I just... Is that a thing? You can just grab things and move them? I don't want that. Ah, no. Okay, I think I see why you like joints, because there's this thing where you can just grab stuff and fling it around. Why, though? Like, all my construction geometry doesn't move with it. That's terrible. No. How do I stop being in that mode? Is that really just what happens when I drag any of these faces? That is so not what I pretty much ever want. I'm gonna write my own CAD tool with my own opinions. It's a little dirty. What part is dirty? The whole design? Oh, nice. It's a big electrical tower and some cities. That's pretty cool. Thanks for posting that. If you select the joint in the hierarchy, you can edit it. Well, yeah. Not, oh, it's over here. I see. Okay, so that's definitely easier to figure out how to get back to than finding like just the right move operation down here. Oh, so how hard is it to replace all of these with more of that? And I still don't know why this would just let me move around the component and not take anything else with it so easily. That is really frustrating. Let's go back here, back in time. Why are we not before the sketch? I guess we were before the sketch, it was just still drawing it for some reason. So, do I still need all these copies of the screw? I assume I do. Okay, let's just do this screw stuff over. So, get rid of these two copy pastes. 3 copy pastes? Why were there 3? And a move, and a position. So now we just have this. It's just a screw. And I'm hiding the motor so we can see this. So I think I want the same thing I was doing with move before, like that. Where is it? Why is it? I guess I selected the face under there this time instead of the edge. I wonder if that makes a difference. I don't know if this is helping. Whoa, there is a wireframe mode? I have not been able to find the wireframe mode. Why are you shaking my whole... I hate pretty much everything about this program at this point. There is a wireframe mode, so... How hidden is the wireframe mode? Oh, is this what I was looking for? Yeah, how did I not see this? Because it's a completely different menu that's separate from how every other menu in this program works. Oh, yeah. That's nice. Oh, hidden edges. I missed the hidden edges. Select the monitor. Oh, yeah, that's what I just found. Thanks. Yeah, I didn't see most of this stuff. Like, I just am so annoyed by every program generating these like new UI features that are both different from every other program's UI features and impossible to discover unless you just click everything. Like, I guess I just didn't see this. This is not that bad of a place for it. It's just something that I guess was completely invisible to me. Okay. I think I want the shaded with wireframes. Yeah. No. I just want a joint. That face. This profile? No. No, no, no. Almost. Why is it... Oh, its offset is already set to 6 millimeters. Okay. Is the 0? Okay, the 0 is up there. Great. I think that's what I want. I think that's what I want. Minus 4 millimeters right up there. Maybe even minus 5. But now I want several more of those. That's the one that I've got so far. Oh, that's the wrong chat. Oh, nice plant. That looks like it'd be really fun to run through a field of. Cool. Mystery meat, yeah. To see all the things that are disabled. Oh, the gear to the right. Oh, the one way over here. Oh, not quite sure why I need that yet, but we'll find out later. Oh man, maybe when I get angry at software, it causes me to get hungry immediately. Because that's a thing. So do I just want to import 2 more of these? Can I make multiple of these through this menu somehow? Maybe I do want copy, but then I still have to make more joints. I think maybe my history would be cleaner if I just imported 2 more components. I do kind of want them to be copies of this one, though. Alright. Oh, what did I just accidentally click on? Okay. Oh, okay, I was complaining because inactive features were hidden instead of grayed out. I don't see that working though, because right now I click that, I turn off hide all inactive features, and the stuff over here is still hidden. Hold down the command key to select the actual point. I mean, I don't know what you mean by exact point, because I don't want to select a point particularly. I want to pick a feature that I'm referencing. Like, I don't want to just arbitrarily throw it somewhere. I want it to actually reference to like the center of a circle or like tangent to a curve or something like that. So I'm going to leave that the way it was because I don't think that's actually changing anything helpful. And I'm just going to duplicate these screws. So I guess I just make copies, and it doesn't matter where they are, and then assemble them. Okay, so let's try this out. Command key while hovering. Or probably not command, probably control or alt or something. Alt doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, control. Oh, that does seem helpful, because that's, I think, the point I want. Cool. Does that work on here? Whoa. What? Oh! That's how I get a center. I have to select part of the cylinder. Why isn't it aligning? I guess I had to pick that point. Not really the well, that is not the reference point I wanted. Let's try that again. Maybe I do want this curve. No, it's still not moving. No. And why did they feel the need to add like the whole screen earthquake when you put the screw in? Okay, that's the point I wanted. So that was what, 5 millimeters up? Yeah. Joint. There. 2. Oh, it's asking me for me to pick something, and I don't actually want any of those. Oh, and now I just canceled too many things. Never press escape, kids. It'll ruin your life. No, 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 it isn't that. Is it any of, it isn't any of these, right? Somehow I was able to get what I wanted from one of these curves before. I pressed escape again. What was I just saying not to do? Yeah, I agree with Chris. This software could really fuck up a Vim user. And I'm not like a hardcore Vim user, but I use Vim enough that I do have to get used to pressing escape a lot. So that isn't really... Oh, maybe that is what I want. Yeah, so I get, so this advice, selecting a point in the center. I think what was happening before is I was selecting the curve, and that wasn't giving me what I wanted. But then selecting the wall of the cylinder here was giving me something way down here. But I guess it was also giving me one up here, and I just have to pick the right point there. And now that's relative to the top, so 5, not 4.5, 5 millimeters. Oh, that was terrible. I hated every minute of that, but hopefully next time it'll be better. Fine. So now I have this set by that joint. I'm going to use that to set the center of this sketch. So I think everything's ordered correctly now. Project, just that. Great. So this lets us do a couple things. We can set this inner diameter, and we can set where this hangs out. Okay, so selecting points, that's interesting. So I just didn't understand, because I figured that if it was doing assembly, you would want to know about the surfaces involved. And I guess I'm much more inclined to use joints if they just deal with points. But I guess I just don't understand how they were attempting to figure out like sliding geometry versus whatever else, or how they orient the parts. set these to have the same midpoint? I can, but that's not quite what I wanted. I think I want a line between the midpoints. Oh, it already gave me a perpendicular constraint, which is what I wanted. And then this, I think I want that to be the same as this other width. It should be 2 millimeters, but I want to define it in fewer places if possible. That's looking less rage-inducing. I think that distance is too much, so let's see if we can actually go back and change it. This joint. Make that 2 millimeters. Ooh, that was nice. I guess that's why people put up with all that frustration. Yeah. See, now I'm trying to like select things in the chat on Fusion 360, which is also a problem. The shaking is an animation it does you to tell that they tell you that the joint is successful, which is great. Having an earthquake always means that something was successful. Yeah, Chris says, if I suggested making CAD shake when successful things happen, someone on the mailing list would hire an assassin. I concur. I mean, not that like assassination is a good outcome, but I do think people would get mad. Let's make that a construction line. So this is looking all right. So I will probably have this be hollow all the way through, but I want this to be enough room so that the M6 bolt can stick out a little bit without actually hitting the shaft here. But maybe a little bit more. Ooh, can I name these joints? Except all of these are going to be the same. Can I group the joints? I can create a selection set, whatever that does. Now it just made another object. I don't want another object to deal with. Go away. Can I not delete that? Did I make another undeletable object? Now I have nested selection sets. Yeah, I mean, I get what these are for now, but I don't like them. At least I don't want one right here. But it's not deletable. How did I make another undeletable object? Well, this... Sometimes in the past, closing it and then reopening it has been enough to let me delete the undeletable objects. Yeah, now I can delete them. Undeletable until next close of application, I guess, is the state I got into. Oh, geez, that might not have been the best choice for a sketch plane. Let's see if we can fix that, too. That's right, plane at angle is actually how you get a plane around a line. Redefine sketch plane. Is this gonna do anything terrible? Maybe it's fine. Maybe everything is actually fine. Maybe even labeling this would be cool. That's not really what a midplane means. I'll just call it spool profile plane, maybe. Okay. I still hadn't really gotten around to editing this, had I? 3 mm. Oh. Did I break that? Oh, how did I break that? I guess when I redefine the sketch plane, it breaks the projected geometry. But I didn't get any warnings. Those don't seem right. There's my thingy now. Let's anchor that to these endpoints here. That's more connected. It does seem like the spool could be bigger here and not really be a problem given how giant these motors are. I mean, I think this is pretty much the same diameter I had before, though. I think I just have a case of this motor being so big that it makes everything else look tiny. Because this is actually the same size as my current spool, which is definitely not too small. Well, maybe this is fine. This distance is maybe a little more than I would like. It means that there's going to probably be just a bunch of plastic there. I mean, the rationale behind putting the bearing right here was that if I want to try to avoid having kind of an over-constrained shaft that's going to bind as it rotates, then I think what I want is for most of the weight here to be resting on this bearing in the middle, and then for this to basically just be, like, imagine this being pinched on two sides, and then it turning that pinch point. That's kind of what I'm imagining. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to do to this before revolving it. And I think I could probably make it possible to insert the bearing and like the whole boss that supports the thick 6mm shaft could go over here. I could also honestly split it into two pieces on this same sketch and not have to worry about doing that separately, which might be really nice actually. So if I'm making room for the bearing, I'm going to try just putting a box over here. No, I don't even want a box. I'm going to make this a pretty tight press fit, probably. Well, let's see. Look at that shiny texture aiming right at the camera. I guess I lost it. I'm just thinking about how to hold in this bearing, like whether to make it basically a cylinder that's the same size as the bearing, so it's a really tight press fit, or whether to do some kind of relief like I tried to do in the 3D print that's going right now, which hopefully isn't that. Oh, maybe I stopped that. That looks like a giant mess. Something from this print at least. I was trying to get the bottle of isopropyl alcohol to at least show the label on it, but this camera's so blown out. Hey, Catster. Good yawn. So here's the mess that I just took out of the printer. This is the one that failed pretty early on, but I think a second one had also can't come loose. It's nice and slippery though, and really tough. Like, this is, as the brand name says, made solid, I think. So these were idlers. How easy is this support material to get out even? Probably requires hand tools, but not too bad. So, pretty decent as far as strength goes, but it's actually, it does kind of unadhere fairly readily, but the actual support material is pretty strong. Anyway, we might be able to at least see if the bearings fit in here. And on this one, we at least got to printing the top, so we can at least see how smooth of a surface that left. This part is still satisfying, just pulling out the supports. Oh, just catching up on chat a little bit. There's another tip from MMON on chat, who says, the last tip I have, always create a new component for a part you want to assemble later. In general, when in doubt, always create a new component when you start a new part of your construction. Components can also form sub-hierarchies, and breaking things down into the components has the advantage that each component has its own sub-timeline that helps keep things neat. That sounds good. Yeah, I'd been enjoying the component hierarchy, at least when designing parts in separate files and then importing them, but I hadn't gotten around to figuring out how to do that within a single design yet. I think I need the pliers to pull the support material out. I'm also not quite sure what to do with this print to make it more likely to succeed in the future, but I think maybe just... Oh, you know, the bottom layer of this raft is pretty sparse. So maybe just decreasing the Z height on the printer a little bit would help. I don't know. Maybe slicer settings, though. Yeah, I think this support is actually decent. Like, it's pretty strong, but it's not hard to remove, and it leaves a nice clean surface, it looks like. So here's one of the pulleys, one of the idlers. So you can kind of see the support, the sidewalls that the support leaves. So this was the bottom of the print where the support was sitting. This is the top where the support was holding it up, and they both actually look pretty good. We were to run some cord through that, maybe. Oh yeah. And yeah, the material is pretty slippery even without the pulley in there, which could be nice for the idlers, maybe not so nice for the capstan. So now, it did print most of that structure that we designed in here, so it has all the little bumps on the edges that should compress a little bit and hold the bearing in. And then, yeah, it just barely printed the bumps that hold it in on the top that are even more bumpy. So this part is always annoying. I think I need to make like a little bearing press adapter for my vise that can press these into place. This is not going in super readily. I think one of those little bumps is certainly getting in the way. And I kind of want to like ream it out a little bit, but then I think I'll probably take off more material than I really need to. I'm also kind of wondering if just the parameters I have for this PET material end up making it just a little bit bulkier than it needs to be in general. It's really strong though. Like, this idler is not going anywhere. Let's take a look at the capstan too. The capstan didn't get very far in the print because it was mostly printing that bottom piece. And then, oh geez, this support material is going to be annoying. Like inside there. You know, this PET stuff is nice, but I think I might just try printing the same plate in PLA, since I think the PLA will be plenty strong enough. And this might be something to do to tune, well, I don't know. There's just so many variables here. It's like, there could be problems with my PET print settings that make this not quite hitting the tolerances that I want it to. Like, I guess the question is, do I want to design it and then print it in a particular material, or do I want to optimize the design for a particular material? Usually somewhere in between. Like, it's nice having the design not be super material specific. Just trying to clear out that nut hole. I don't really need to, but I'm trying to see how hard it would be to clear out the supports. It would be nice to have selective support maybe and turn it off for these holes and on for the outer areas. That might be one of those things that a fancier slicer program could help out with. I tried Simplify 3D briefly, but it was really not living up to the hype for me. And it just seemed to require huge amounts of tweaking to get it to do even what all the default profiles in the Type A QRS support. So like maybe I could get it to the point where it was actually much more powerful, but it was such an upfront time investment to even get it back up to the baseline I was used to that I didn't really do much with it. Yeah, this, as far as above the capstan seems to go, the support seems to still be fine. Maybe we can just take this back into the slicer and adjust the parameters a bit. Oh, catching up on chat a little bit. So yeah, I think we're caught up with that, and then an overlay. Yeah, so I mean, anybody who's coming late, there's some new chat stuff going on because we're trying to figure out if there's a better alternative to the YouTube chat, and it looks like Gitter is working pretty well. So we've been hanging out in gitter.im/scanlime/live, and so this will be around even between streams, which is one of the nice benefits. But yeah, it's brand new, so I haven't like hooked it up to the streaming machine yet in that much of a way. So like I have a really basic overlay right now, but it needs a lot of work, obviously. Yeah, yeah, and then Gitter has a bunch of options, including an IRC bridge. Everything's behind a hamburger or a gear. Yeah, basically. I really hate hamburger menus. Like, that would be nice. Joint in place. That seems nice. All 3 food menus. Yeah. All right. Let's, oh man, sorry, the text on this overlay looks so bad. I'm trying to hack something together. Like, I'd set this up on the stream. If I was doing this, like, without having to make it interesting, I'd probably, like, turn off OBS and, like, fuss with the setup for a while. But right now, I'm just trying to do this with color keying, which is a little bit weird. Can I make it more opaque, maybe? Would that help? Kind of. Maybe I just need to make that bigger, like the text bigger, rather. Oh, right. This is where I tried to do that, but I didn't have a keyboard plugged into this computer. So I was down to trying to decrease the width slider by holding it down, which is not fun. Okay, I'll put a keyboard back on, maybe. Oh. I got this little keyboard for situations like this. I wonder if this helps. This thing looks like basically the cheapest, tiniest laptop with a USB cable coming out of it, which might be kind of what I want for this particular scenario. Assuming I can actually reach where this plugs in. Whoa, it's like a keyboard or something. So, yeah, this is like the cheapest, crappiest laptop keyboard, but it's way better than the last one I was using. The 0 key doesn't work. Okay, 1488 pixels maybe, or 1499. Why doesn't the 0 key work? Oh, a bunch of keys don't work. Maybe I just have this in a weird mode. Oh, numlock? Is this one of those keyboards with a really weird numlock? Yes. Okay, that's my 0 back. Oh no. That was part of what I wanted to do. Oh, this is so bad to use. That that might be not quite what I wanted either. It looks like a laptop that runs on AAA batteries. Yeah, pretty much. Oh man. I used to want to make one of those, like literally something that ran off of AAA batteries. Oh no, that's way too little. This won't show a lot, but maybe I can get this to be readable at least. Oh, this is so bad. I don't know who would want to use these as like their main input device. I hope people don't have to do that. I'm also basically just trying different aspect ratios on OBS until something actually renders a web page that looks all right. Now it's just overlapping with everything else. Maybe that'll be readable? Okay, let's try that out for a little while. Maybe unplug this. The more keyboards I've plugged in, the more opportunities there are for Tuco to cause kernel panics. Speaking of him, don't see where the cat went. Oh, that's a good suggestion. Logitech K480 for linked to 3 different devices. That would actually be maybe really handy for this. Wireless multi-device keyboard. So I still don't know how much I trust the wireless part of this. Oh yeah, I've seen these for, oh man. This would almost work if it had a pointing device. Because I don't think I would want just a keyboard, because I hardly ever need a keyboard for this. Mostly the computer situation needs a mouse up there. Something like this with the multiple devices though, and a pointing device would be really nice. Hey Tuco, there you are. What's up, cat? What do you think, little cat? Meow. See, you would have already stepped on that keyboard. One of my favorite kind of pie-in-the-sky ideas is to basically make something that's like Synergy, the program that lets you kind of fling your mouse from computer to computer over the network. To make something that's like that, but actually works over USB, so it doesn't hit all the kind of OS-specific problems that Synergy always ends up hitting for me. I guess we were still thinking about these bearings, and like whether to print these in a different material or not. I should maybe scrape this a little bit to see how easy it is to get this to fit. Can I get the chat back up on this screen too? No. Click the wrong thing. A little bit. Oops. I'm gonna get all the layers in this unstuck from each other. No. Oh, KVMs. Yeah, I mean, I could use a KVM switch. I wouldn't really need the video portion of it. And the other problem is I don't know if the reliability problems with the KVM would actually be any better. Bring this to the front. There we go. I would actually worry about the cleverness. So like, Sodium on chat says, well, they probably don't do clever mouse magic, but that would be nice. Like, I don't really want clever mouse magic. I just want something that works reliably for the most part. Like, if I was doing my own synergy-like thing, I would probably do something clever, but it doesn't seem necessary. So I'm just giving this a little bit of a chamfer so that I can maybe get the bearing in. That's also eating away some of the little bumpies that I had in there for holding the bearing. Oh, it's hitting the middle bumpies, I think. I think the middle bumpies are still too bumpy. I don't think this is going in there without a vise. This is not going to be easy to do once the bearing is fully assembled. Oh, I hear it cracking. So definitely either the model is wrong or my printing tolerances are wrong, because, well, it's in there really nicely now, but I heard it stressing out a lot, like the plastic was kind of creaking as I put it in. I don't know though, like the PET is so strong and resilient though that I might just be able to force it in and it might be fine. Just as an example, so this would run on one of these and one of these. That's our idler. I guess I can take the cord out of this maybe. I don't know. This spool is still pretty handy when I need to wind up the cord, so I might as well keep that on. Stick a thing in a vise, yeah. These vices are pretty useful. Oh, here's the crack that I heard. I didn't see it at first, but now I do. Oh, I was waiting for the servo AF, but that's my job. That crack was not there before I put the bearing in, so it definitely needs more room to hang out. But speaking of putting things in the vise, I'm destroying my pile of notes here. Let's move my notes. So, you know, not perfectly planar, but it's just an idler. That'll get the job done for sure. Oh, nice. Yeah, Sodium says, from what I've seen, if you don't have to use a mallet, a press, or a blowtorch to attach your bearing isn't in tight enough. Yeah, although heating it up would potentially be nice, because you could get it hot enough to soften the plastic, but not to like really melt it, and that could be nice. But since I'm going to have to print this anyway, I think I'm just going to change my files a little bit. I'm also still debating whether to do this in PET or PLA. I should probably just get used to printing PET. I mean, part of the reason PET keeps screwing up is I just haven't gone through the hours and hours of work necessary to like have all of the PET screw-ups that I'm going to have and then figure out how to fix them all. So this was a combination of the dimensions changing perhaps, or maybe just my extrusion settings being wrong, and the parts warping on the raft. So maybe some print settings that help my raft stick a little better, and definitely some more room for the bearing, which I'm now going to have to cut out. Oh man, these idlers are tough even when you want to destroy them. Yeah, this is maybe too strong. I mean, not that, like, that would be a problem necessarily, but it really doesn't need to be this sturdy. Like, the housing for the entire thing could benefit from some sturdiness, but I probably won't be able to print the whole thing in PET because it would just warp too much. So for that, I'll probably just have to deal with reinforcements wherever it's necessary. Decimated bearing housing. It's still a little tight, actually. All right. It fits pretty nicely around the encoder shaft. Almost like that's what they've got in there. So, is there anything we can do with this capstan, or is it just a warning about extrusion problems? It is tempting to just try that whole plate in PET, since I think it might have just been a dimension problem with the print. Why is that on? That's the one we want. Bearing with teeth to grab into the plastic parts. Oh, thanks for taking care of the spammer. I just missed that, but you were right on top of it. Yeah, I think before I call these designs bunk, I would like to do a print using some print settings that I know are good. So I think I might switch back to the canned settings for PLA on here and try printing it in PLA and see how those look. Oops. Try to make that bigger. Don't see the cat. Let's try that. Same name, but with dash PLA at the end. All right, I'm gonna go switch materials in the in the printer. So, are you around, Catster? Cat. Do we have? Oh, there you are. Meow. Yeah. I'm gonna go to the closet. What do you think? That'll at least tell us how much of this problem was our design and how much of it was the manufacturing. Since I think these settings that I'm using right now are pretty well dialed in, so I would expect to get a pretty good object out of that. That's not the one I wanted. Do you think you need a flat raft for those pulleys? Not necessarily, but the reason I was trying the raft was because of the kind of fillet here on the edge here. I didn't think that the brim would necessarily get a good attachment. Yeah, Wild Mania is noticing my foot heater as a 3D printer bed heater. Yeah, that was my cheap solution instead of the $1,000 upgrade to the Type A for the heated bed. Man, it is not a good sign that the idler split, even attaching the bearing. I mean, the PET that I'm printing in is a lot less prone to split than the PLA, but I think the PET might have also been a little oversized. I think there might have just been some over extrusion happening. So let's see how good these are. You can hear the printer doing more. Yeah. Good old printer. This one will also be red. I kind of felt like red was a good color for all the moving parts and the winch bots. Oh, look at all this junk. That PET plastic is strong and really hard to print with. It's been hard to get consistently good parts out of it so far. Well, so that doesn't really answer my question about how to hold the bearing in, except that I think the way I was doing this before was with PLA and with pretty much a basic cylinder here and just pressing it in, maybe sanding it if it didn't fit right away, but mostly pressing it. So I think given that, I want to design this to have contact along most of the bearing's edge here. In fact, maybe just make this not a construction line anymore. And then I want to give some room in that corner. So maybe something like automatic projection. That's kind of handy. Thinking about how to hold in the bearing. So I'll have a surface here that's holding it against this flat edge, and then I'll have a surface here, and then some room in the corner so that I don't have to worry about this being a perfect corner. In fact, let's also oops. Hey Tuco, I hear you, little guy. I don't know which of those I just unglued from which. I guess all of those I unglued from all of them. Let's still have those be connected. And then, oh, that automatically made the constraint that I think I wanted. Great. I hear you, little dude. Point 0.5. Oops, something similar to this. 0.5 maybe. Oh, that's useful. Yeah, Sodium in chat points out that there's a tilde chat that you can add to the live Gitter chat to get just the chat interface in a small space. That does seem useful. Maybe I want an angle constraint here. Oh, good suggestion from Wildmania to insert some sort of ribs that leave some space for like an insert or something around the bearing. I tried doing something kind of like that with the idler that we're printing right now. It has like a set of little ribs that press against the bearing on the outside. And I was hoping that what that would do was it would allow me to press in the bearing such that the plastic on those ribs could deform a little bit. I don't know if it's really working out, though. It's still pretty tight. I might need to adjust the parameters. I think I just want these two to be equal. There we go. It's kind of arbitrary, but I just wanted this not to be over-constrained or under-constrained. Some sort of RTV. Oh, like some silicone glue? Sure, maybe. I think that's what I wanted. So this can be kind of arbitrary. Let's just make it 2 millimeters. And then this I'm going to connect with whatever ends up housing this shaft. Not quite sure how to do this shaft because it isn't a perfect thing that I can revolve. So I might need to cut the key or uncut the key as a separate step. I think for now I just want to project that. Oh, that doesn't need to be a right angle, I think. Oops, deleted the wrong one. I want that to be vertical, but I don't care about this angle. And in fact, I want that to be connected. I think that's what I just did. Great. there's always this situation where like I want just part of a line to be a construction line, which I guess I could use trim, but that would break a bunch of the history in the design. I think this is what I wanted for real. Did that give me the closed shape that I want? Maybe. Oops. It's really not what I wanted to delete. Okay, I think I actually wanted that to be at this intersection. That, maybe. Okay, I think if I had drawn the rest of this, that would maybe be the shape I want, so let's try that. Also a construction line. And then this. All right. No. All right, so if this is too far this way, then this is too thin. If it's too far the other way, then I end up not having a lot of plastic to support the axle on the other side. So maybe let's remove this constraint so that this can float up and down again. So I think there's maybe an angle I want to set this to. Let's try 120 degrees maybe. Oh yeah, and this also wants to be set to a distance from the edge of that bearing where it's going to creep over. That's way too much. Oh, that should actually be 0. Let's actually make that exactly the same point. It's just where the taper starts, and I want it to be trying to hold it in the whole bearing. Now let's try setting a distance between these. Perpendicular. Tangent is not what I want. I want the opposite of that. Is that what I just... It would be really cool if undo worked at all in sketch mode. Oh, there it is. Is that? Okay, I wanted that. Maybe I have to draw another line from here and make these tangent, and then make these perpendicular. That seems weird. Now that is stuck at the closest point, which is what I wanted. And this is just a useless construction line now. So distance here, no, distance along this line. Can I afford to set this to 2? Looks like it. I think that's my center contraption, roughly. It still needs the set screw, definitely. So one other thing we can definitely put on this on this sketch is the cut between the two halves. Last time I made that cut pretty much along that angle. Let's try that. And I'm going to try modeling both sides of the cut now, so I actually model the material that I'm removing, which I'm hoping is going to make this easier. Let's make these parallel. Can we do distance between them? Yeah. 0.2 millimeters maybe? Oh, I actually need that to come out in the middle though, because the reason I need to cut this is because I can't print the two pieces in 1/2 efficiently. I want to separate it in 2 halves for printing. So I want 1/2 there. And the other half maybe around here. Maybe at the tangent point even. Wondering if maybe I should be avoiding the tangent point instead. Yeah. I'm also trying to design the seam so it kind of, both sides end up getting held by the bearing a little bit. All right, 1/4 millimeter. So yeah, then there's questions of angle and just where is this? And thinking about each of these as separately printing pieces, like this will be the base, it'll be a circle, so this will be supported by the other side of the circle. And likewise over here, this little point here that fits into there. It seems all right so far. And now I've got these 3 sections for like the section we're losing, and then the 2 halves we're printing. And this represents basically the interface where there's some extra plastic that we don't have much control over. And you know, there would also be glue in there. I think the first time I super glued them, I could use something similar. It's doing all right so far. Oh, it is getting late here. I mean, not like late, but late as in like maybe I should eat something and play with the cat. I keep thinking about the cat and then he isn't sitting here. Let's go outside again. He really likes it out there. He likes just sitting in the hallway and watching all the neighbors visit. All right, so this seems minimally fine. So there's the rest of this shaft structure. There's the holes going through for the set screw and the nut and all that, but I think all of that's easier to do separately outside of this sketch. There's a lot to do in one sketch. So spool profile. Let's try revolving these two pieces. So that one and that one. Full. Spools. Got our spools again. Yay. Turn off the hidden line stuff for now. Ooh, that looks terrible without any of the edges displayed. That's better. All right, can we make this red? I want to make this red. There we go. Now it has some color. Oh, good suggestion from Wild Mania about that. Yeah, some glue. I guess I don't know how much I want to only trust the glue for holding the friction, but I mean, I guess there's just kind of a continuum between like expecting the plastic to hold it entirely and expecting the glue to hold it. And so that design that you're posting is a lot like, if you look in here, these are the idlers that I've got printing right now. And so you can kind of see what I've got in there. These top ones are a little bit thicker. So the idea is that these would hold enough pressure on the sides to center the bearing, and then these would actually just hold it in and keep it from wiggling out. Those likely need some tweaking, though. And a hole. Oh, I don't see the hole. Do you mean, is there a hole in there for adding the glue? Oh, that's the wrong chat. Good luck with the comfy bed, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a lot of possibilities for adding glue in there. I just want to find some balance between pressure fit and other options. I think this one, I just ended up pressing it in last time. I mean, I maybe sanded it a little bit until it was just the right amount of, just the right amount of difficulty getting it in, I guess. This will not be shiny. I actually want matte red. There we go. Okay, so pretty much the same thing before. Bearing there, shaft there. Man, that shaft. That isn't really the shape I want. Let me see if I can simplify this first sketch, because I think I want to add pretty much all of this as a separate feature. But if I do edit this, like, Why can't I edit? Because I was in some other mode, I had to press escape. So, I think I just want... I think I want that, which will be smaller than the actual hole I want, but at least I can cut the actual hole I want into this and not end up with having to add material back in. Oh, so the way I'm just catching up on the chat here. So what you're saying is that those ribs are for collecting the glue, not for providing the pressure. Okay, I get it. It's just, I don't know if I want to only rely on glue. I think I want some amount of pressure, but we'll see. Hey Tuco, how's it going? All right, so now I have this tiny undersized hole. Huh. Those screws really do not look centered, do they? I guess they really aren't centered. At least not in an orthogonal sort of way. It's the centroid of a triangle, which in an orthogonal view ends up looking very not centered, but in 3 dimensions it's fine. I hear you, dude. You're yawning. Wow, you're all the way over here and the camera's all the way over there. Oh, you're gonna follow me. Do you want food, Tuka? Do you want something to eat, little guy? You want a plate of food? Yes, I will eat. My terrible formatting in the chat window got a little messed up, I guess. It's not showing the messages on the left anymore, or the... Oh, maybe the names just scrolled up. Really not optimized this yet. I guess the names are above, so we can't see that. Yeah, I should also make sure to have like a little, maybe a little tiny message that shows people how they can join the chat on the screen. It's kind of convenient how the joints still show up like that. Oh, joints. Also shadows. Shadows kind of nice. All right, let's try cutting this hole. So this sketch is going to be all about the motor shaft hole. So I want to start out by projecting this as a reference. Sure. Didn't actually need most of that. All right. So then the way I did this before for the capstan, which seemed to work out all right, was I think I made a center line. I made that construction, but it has the angle constraint still. Oh, let's turn off bodies. Maybe turn off the motor. Okay. So then we want a circle which starts there, goes to there. So we want contact points right there and at the set screw. So now we can adjust that. And I think the way I set this before, which worked pretty well, was to specify a distance between these. Maybe I need a line for that. So this is like the maximum amount of extra space we have in the hole, which I think I wanted to be like something like 0.3 or 0.4 millimeters. So that gives some room for the plastic to be kind of gurgly around there, but if we're just holding it by 2 points, we get it right here and the set screw. And if the shaft diameter works out, and if this point in the plastic is relatively accurate, then that ends up holding it there. Yeah, And then likewise, I want around the same amount of extra room for that, for the shaft. So that's got the horizontal constraint, still moves around. Let's just give it another one of those midlines here. Setting those equal. I hate trying to make lines into construction lines when I have duplicates. I guess when I project the cylinder, I end up with a lot of duplicate geometry here. Anyway, these lines that aren't making a complete curve don't really bother me too much. That is all I absolutely need. Oh, it sounded, I heard somebody in the hall calling Tuco's name. It was probably a friend. Oh. Probably let that cut a little further than it actually needs to go. Because I think that's entirely free, like, I don't think I'm gonna actually hit anything. Let's check out what that did. Maybe I need a section view. Alright. This is useful. Now we're seeing the interface between these two pieces and the way it grabs the bearing. think that's so far pretty much what I want. You can see that it doesn't fit tightly in that hole, but the extra space is all on the top, which is what I want, because the set screw is going to be pushing it all the way down in that hole. I guess for Wild Mania in chat, I'm not really quite sure what that does. Like, is this for gluing in the bearing? Is what you're doing solving the problem of being able to access it so that you can apply the glue, or is it like giving the glue a place to hang out? Or I'm not quite following that. We'll enter the narrow slit, hopefully not to be able to get over the ribs. My phone was telling me I have 100 unread getter notifications. I don't know if that's quite accurate. The center of pressure is not at a single point. Oh, I think I see what you're talking about. So what you're saying is that the bearing is actually held by the glue that's hanging out in between those channels. But the channels that you've cut kind of push the glue almost like a gear so that the glue doesn't, like shear apart, I guess. I mean, that sounds a lot like the kind of small scale effects you would get from surface porosity. So I guess I'm just wondering, like, whether this kind of a thing helps versus just applying glue to a 3D printed surface that already has a good bit of surface, you know. I mean, I'm sure it depends on what kind of glue. I think I'm going to try press fitting it first, and at least on this side, and see how that helps. Also, I'm noticing that these have basically turned into springs now. I guess it depends on whether I put the bearing in first, then glue on this half, or the other way around. Applying the glue after inserting the ball bearing. It will allow moving bearing along the ribs of the channels, but not perpendicular. Yeah, well, I'll think about the bearing some more. There are a few things that bother me about this. Like, this surface here is not really prepared to deal with a whole bunch of force until after these two pieces are glued together. But maybe that's fine. Maybe this acts like enough of a spring that it can find the right diameter to fit around the bearing. And then that both of these pieces can act enough like a spring that they'll hold the bearing tightly while the glue dries. Like, I probably am going to end up getting glue on this bearing, if for no other reason than that these two pieces get glued together. And I might end up being, like, because of order of operations, I might get glue in this surface. But if I'm using super glue, like, it doesn't need, like, I don't need to plan to give it a route, really. The contact area is so thin on super glue that the intolerances in 3D printing are already going to give me a good surface, I think. So let's try the set screw. Let's see how we can... I want the set screw and the nut, and then a hole for the cord, which I also made that a little bit too small on the first spool. Okay, what did I make this? I think this was like 5mm diameter, maybe 4.5, but it's hard to measure it with all the stuff in here, but I should definitely make it more than that. Because it's possible, of course, but it's annoying to feed the cord through the hole that small. Well, let's get some set screw hardware in here first. Let's turn off, well, I guess we can keep the section analysis. That's kind of useful for this next part. So these are M3s. Let's try just a socket head M3x8, since I think that's probably a good starting point. You might need to be a little bit longer. Something like ice skate. Yeah, like I kind of get that. I just don't understand why it's necessary. Like I mean, responding to Wild Mania in chat, like I kind of see what you're trying to do. I just don't see why I need it. Because like the glue would fill in this area fine without those channels, I think. I mean, and it depends on what kind of glue, but I'm pretty sure I'm using super glue for this, which will just find every little crack. Yeah, I think M3x8 is the right choice. Like, I'll want this to be pretty close to the edge so that it doesn't stick out really. Can I use a joint to attach that too, I wonder? What would I even join that relative to? Probably this edge. Oh, yeah, you're saying... See, so Wild Mania, I don't know what that has to do with the glue, because like, I'm solving the cracking problem by increasing the spacing there, but I think those are two separate issues. I just want the midpoint for this thing. I guess I'm just not quite sure how to annotate where I want this to land. I mean, maybe that's what a sketch is for. Maybe I put a sketch right here on this plat to figure out where this bolt lands. What? No, not extrude, sketch. Whoa, and where? Oh, the screw is way over there still? All right, fine. Let's ignore where the screw is and just focus on this sketch. So this will be about set screw position. Yeah, so I guess just to catch up folks about what's going on currently. So I'm trying to solve a couple of different problems with this new spool design, mostly just trying to figure out how to redo some things that I made a giant mess with Fusion in before. So like I had this spool which looked and mostly fit like I wanted, but the actual design behind it was super messy, so I'm trying to fix that. And then Wild Mania and I in chat are also having a discussion about this bearing mounting strategy. So currently we have these three different strategies. One is what I'm using on this piece, where it's mostly a pressure fit with a little bit of springiness just based on how the shape is designed. Then we also have this strategy that I used in the idlers, which was mostly having some pieces of plastic, which I was hoping would be small enough that they would deform a little bit instead of acting like a very, very strong just cylinder around there. And then some more little nubs here that would hold it in. And then Wild Mania's suggestion in in chat was about something similar to this, but the ridges would have a different purpose. They would be kind of wider to hold glue. So I don't know. I wasn't really necessarily relying on the glue entirely. I was hoping to use kind of a friction fit plus glue, but I think there's probably kind of a continuum between these, and we might end up figuring out what works. Then Piotr's asking, are we putting the set screw at an angle again? So this one, the capstan needed the set screw to be at an angle just because there wasn't really, like putting the set screw in any of this surface would have potentially made the measurement results less good. And so this was a neat idea that US Water Rockets suggested, and it seemed to work out. But for this one, I think here there's enough room for the set screw to just go in straight, since here I'm just making another spindle. So here I'm making a sketch to go on this flat here, which I will use to position the set screw. And then I'm going to try to use the joint operations to actually make that work. So there's a little perpendicular construction line. And let's have a circle. Oh, these need to actually be on those lines. I guess that one was, that one wasn't. Okay. So we can kind of slide this around. I'd like to project this. What is the diameter of this? I want to know if this is bigger or smaller than our screw heads. Was that the right thing that I just selected? Diameter 5.2, that's just based on the shaft there. Is that, that's pretty close to the actual motor. And then the screw heads I have, it looks smaller. 5.5. So I want to make sure that I have a clearance hole for the screw head that's probably like 5.8 millimeters or something. So that's probably what I should be using down here. Let's just go for 6. I think I might make the actual hole using a different sketch, but this, I want to make sure we have enough room for this to clear that edge of the spool. So I think this is the furthest left the set screw can be. So I want to try a joint maybe. Oh no. Wait, is that accidentally what I wanted? I didn't remember selecting that first one. It gave me the earthquake. That means that it did something that it thinks is correct. Also, part of the reason I tend to set the screws like dug into the shaft a little bit is that I want to make sure that I give the head enough room to seat, like to dig in like that. I don't want it to bottom out in the screw hole that I give it before it actually digs in. All right, well, there's that. Oh. Ah, jeez. Well, mania. I don't know what to do with this conversation because, like, I get what you're saying. I just don't care. Is basically what this boils down to. Like, I don't want to be mean, but that's basically what this is. All right, maybe the next thing is kind of a multi-purpose sketch that we can base on the bottom of this screw head. Set screw hole base, maybe. Like, I get that the stress concentration I get that the stress concentration is in the middle of the pulley, but that's going to be the normal operating condition of this. Like, that's exactly where I'm going to be having, 5 or whatever kilograms of force from the rope. So, like, I think that if it's going to crack there, I just need to give it a little bit more room to not crack, and that, like, there's going to be a pretty narrow amount of diameters there. Like, I don't want it to be really loose such that I have to glue it in. I don't want it to be so tight that it cracks. I want it to be just the right size, which probably means I have to print it either just right or a little bit too small and then sand it. And either way, having like a large buffer of glue like between the bearing and the plastic is really, really not what I want. So I can see how that would avoid one particular problem, but I don't think it's a good strategy, like for this particular problem. I don't know if I need to project this first. I want to make this a little bit bigger than necessary so that it's easy to get in. 6 millimeters seems like it would be roomy. That's what I used down below, but let's use 5.85 just for fun. Oh, and then of course I have all these duplicate lines here and I have to find all of them to turn them off. I'd really like to just set all of these to construction geometry and then turn on only the ones I want. Oh, I have to backward select. That helps. Okay. Oh, I don't want to talk about the ribs anymore. I really don't. Like, I think if you're worried about it cracking from the force of me putting in the bearing, then there's a problem with the material in general. Like, I don't think that's, I don't know. And like, we might need to do it. I guess what I'm saying is like, it may or may not be something that we need to do. I'm not doing it right now. I'm tired of talking about it. That's what this comes down to. I don't think it's necessary for the current design. Sure, let's keep it in our back pocket for later, but I'm just so tired of talking about it for this particular design. Can't tell if that middle thing is still a separate shape. Oh, did that do what I want? No. I guess that works. Had some other geometry in there that wasn't construction that I probably should fix. Wildmania is asking for Tuco. I think he's in the hallway. I don't know. I'm building a camera that you can follow him with. What more do you want? Oh, where was I? Right. That's what I wanted, right? Like a backwards, like bottom to top select box around everything, and then I can just make everything selection or construction geometry and then turn the stuff that I want back on. Which is almost good. I think I do want to use the same sketch to make a clearance hole for the, what did I even do? I just want to make a clearance hole for the screw. Let's make this like 3.2. Okay, so what am I cutting? Not the screw. Just the spool. Just down to like there. Right, didn't seem like much, but we should see that once we cut the other half. Yeah, look at that long scoop. Did I cut the screw also? I think I did. Let's not cut the screw. Okay, so just another hole going crossways for the cord and the nut. And then we're getting close to done with this piece for the additional time. So, a nut. A square nut would be better for this, but I have mostly hex nuts, and they will work fine, so let's try hex nuts. I feel like I'm ordering something from McMaster every time I put a part in my CAD. All right, can we find Tuco? You outside? Still in the hallway. Hey, Tuco, are you upstairs, honey? You know, I still have his collar in my pocket, which is not a good thing when he's out in the hallway. Hey, Tuke, where'd he go? You up here, boy? Tuco, where'd you go, little guy? Tuco? You out here? does have a minor freak out anytime I realize I didn't have his collar on while he wanders off, but... Oh, nice. Yeah, Peter says that he might have been outside. Yeah, he's super sneaky like that. And I think I've got a pretty good idea of all of the places he likes to hang out outside in the warehouse, but he is... Like, I've lost him in the warehouse. Like, before I got that collar, I was working really hard this one week, and he would just wander off, and then I couldn't find him. And then one time it turned out he was stuck in someone else's unit downstairs. The other time it turned out he was just in this like weird laundry room area, which now I understand a little bit better. But yeah, Cat likes his strange places to hang out. Looks like he's going upstairs now. Tuco, what do you want to do? What are you doing, little cat? Oh geez, is this timer right? The one that says I've been streaming for 7 hours? Whew. Is that real? I don't know if that's real, man. I don't know if I can stream for 7 hours. I don't think I've done that before. Can I make a joint for this too? I think I want hold down some random modifier key and then pick that. And then I think that is the dot that I want. Sketch point. No? See, I don't know why this joint didn't work. I just selected these 2 points and then not a thing. Oh yeah, I guess this has been a long time. Oh, Wild Mania says Tuco hacking his Bluetooth device. So I think that might have actually happened. I mean, not like a lot, but... So I've got one of those little Bluetooth tiles on Tuco's collar, and it's been super useful for locating him when he's out on a walkabout. But I remember once I was just here in the shop, and I heard the noise that those things make when you press down on the button that they use to like locate your phone. So I think Tuco was like biting on the corner of it, and like I don't know whether he noticed that it made a noise and whether he'll try to do that in the future intentionally or not. Oh man, well maybe I should wrap up the stream soon. That explains why I'm getting kind of tired, but I'm also curious why this isn't working. So I've got a point there, and then there's like a lot of running water sound. And normally I would think, oh, I've got the dishwasher on. I think it's Tuco like taking a really big piss. Hopefully in the litter box, although, you know, I haven't had trouble with him pissing outside of it. So I don't know why that didn't work. All the other stuff is here. Maybe it just didn't like that second point that I selected. Maybe I try anchoring it to the screw instead. That works. It still has this 6mm offset. I don't know where that came from. Now I'm just trying to remember like which side of this needs to be strong. Because as I'm trying to like bury this into the lead screw, into the shaft here, I think I'm basically going to be pushing the screw head and this nut apart. I mean, I think if the nut was all the way over here, then we would still have a fine situation as far as burying this into the shaft. It would just be kind of a difficult fit. So I think we want something more like maybe in between those. something where we still get a decent amount of material there so that we can make a hollow for the nut, but that it's still got a lot to bite into. So something kind of like that. None of that affects this piece at all. That piece doesn't really interface with much, just that one edge of the bearing. Get this motor out of the way, maybe. So for the nut cutout, I'm looking for a sketch plane to do this on. Maybe I just do it on the bottom of this. The nut entry sketch. That sounds lewd. I project like pretty much everything in this component, maybe. I can't project a body. That is not what I expected project to give me, you know? Is that a bug? Oh, I'm losing. Well, Mania, I have so much trouble with context here. So drill 2mm hole and put a needle inside. Needle may act as the torque handle. A 2mm hole in the motor shaft? I'm not following. I need to know more about what you're talking about drilling and like what problem you're trying to solve, because it always seems like when you're posting a solution in chat, it's to a problem that I really don't need to solve or haven't thought about solving, or something that comes in a different point in the design. So I need some more. I need some more hints. I think I just want a rectangle between these points. Oop. And then make all of it construction geometry except for some that isn't. Although actually I think I wanted to make that, just keep that construction until I run an outline or run an offset over it. This is how much room I give myself to put the nut in. Probably 1/4 millimeter is enough. What is this line? That's the origin. Just that, I think. And like, I don't necessarily want to make this too snug to the nut, because I found that it would be nice to actually have room to move that a little bit further into the hole. So having enough room around that seems useful. Let's take a look at that on section view even. How thin is this? Almost 1 millimeter. That should be fine. That's like enough to print reliably, but it doesn't need to be strong. And all of the plastic on that side of the hole is what does need to be strong. Section. There we go. Yeah, that's about what I wanted. So enough room so the nut can move around just a tiny bit, but not much, and not like actually spin. And then this will actually end up kind of jammed up against this side of its hole once it's actually in there due to friction. Okay, so then a hole kind of this way for the cable to, or for the cord to wind through. Where does this go? Can this just go on a world plane? I think it can. I'm going to project a few things. Why am I getting warnings already? Compute failed. What was I asking you to compute? Huh. Alright, I'm going to try projecting just the inside of this thing. I guess it couldn't find the edge of that, which is weird. Oh, right, because this is probably kind of a complicated shape for it. Well, that's fine. I don't need an accurate shape. That's all I really need for this. I'm just trying to place a hole. Degenerate segment, my ass. Maybe I should make this sketch actually in the center of the spool instead of on the origin. Oh, I guess I've already got that plane. I guess I probably could even put that on the existing sketch I have. Kinda. What did I just do? No, all I did was I entered that sketch and then I exited it, and now part of my spindle is gone. Did the revolve pick a different set of profiles that time? Edit feature. Oh, wait, really? Okay, so it's fine back here. Oh, that is something I just did. What did I just do? Oh, that's the nut hole. What? That's better. Don't know how that happened. Oh yeah, no, I know you're just trying to help. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm getting frustrated at this. It's just this software is frustrating already, and then like software and people are both frustrating to me, and so the combination of them is often difficult. I did kind of want that to be a little bit filleted. 0.5 millimeter maybe. Okay, well, I think I want it over here. I think I want to be using this plane, but not that same sketch. Let's make a new sketch on this plane. This will be called if I could type, it would be called through hole. Or hold. How about hole? I still can't project that. That is annoying to have unprojectable geometry. Can I project any of this? I can project those two, which might be enough. I should also name these bodies. This one will be the drive half. This will be the idler half. Okay. Then I'm still on that sketch. So I think this is a similar problem to what I had over here, where this is kind of the edge that I run up against. So if I have a circle that touches that, and then I make the circle the right size and then place it somewhere, then I basically will have what I want. So can I dimension this? So I think before I was saying it was probably a 6 millimeter hole in the last design, and that was a little small. Oh, how big does 7 millimeters look? Besides enormous. So, and then what am I avoiding in the middle here? Is it just the motor shaft? Maybe project that too. I'd like these to be perpendicular. I don't know if there's a way to do that. I keep feeling like I want there to be that, but then I just have to make a tangent line and then make this perpendicular to the tangent line. Let's try setting this to something like 2 or 3 millimeters. What does that actually look like? Kind of like that. So something roughly like that gives me a place to anchor the cord, and then it'll wind around that a bunch. Now in the section analysis, we've got the hole over here, which looks fine. section. Where did that handle go? This is like an alternate universe 3D print. I think this might be about done. Let's try hiding some of that and showing some of that. Let's maybe also make a construction plane where the spool would actually want to center. Spool and motor. Well, cool. This is basically the same spool that I already have sitting on my desk printed, but with a bunch of design improvements. Let's also maybe clean up some of these corners, like these inside edges, I can fill it. And that'll all just be flat on the print bed. I guess I might as well lightly fill it this for stress concentration purposes. Yeah, Wild Mania saying, well, 8 hours into the stream, you're tired. Yeah, I guess so. We're not quite at 8 hours yet. Maybe I should try to make it to 8. We've only got 20 minutes to go. How's the printer doing? It's doing fine. Where's the cat doing? We have cat on picture. Where's real cat? Oh, I closed the door, so he isn't outside. I guess I could turn some lights on in the shop. It is dark here. Hey, Tuco. Are you napping upstairs or something? Yep, here, Tuco. Tuco, where are you, little guy? I don't see him in his usual hangouts upstairs. Is he in the windowsill here? See him. He's such a good hider. See, if we had this robot, then we could have folks following him around so he wouldn't be able to hide. I think this piece has all the stuff I want. It has a place for a set screw and a nut, and a place to wind the cord, and a place for a bearing. I think this design, I'm ready to call this design good for the moment. Okay. Let's also prepare these files to print for when that is a thing. Save some STL. Did I do that right? Drive half. idler half? No, those are both the same. Let's save the idler half again. Wow, I can print both of those at the same time. That's kind of surprising. Didn't expect both of those would fit in my print bed. Micah, do the thing. Aw, thanks. I will do the thing, whatever it turns out to be. That's how a lot of things happen, good and bad. Brim, I don't think I need supports. Let's see if it tries to generate any, but I don't think I need any. Oh, it's trying to fill in all of that with support? I don't think I need that. That's my little screw and nut and slot and all that. I feel a little worried about the strength of the set screw in this design. That seems worth printing, though. Like, it might not be perfect, but it at least seems like it's worth printing, and I'll find out some new things if I do and it doesn't work out. These both look fine. This will be a long print, I guess. 9 hours. It's tempting to not print these at the same time, but I mean, because like the printer spends a lot of time going back and forth between these, but I suspect that's probably fine. Let's save this. Spool both halves. All right, so I think we're done with this file for now. The next file is this WinchBot mechanical integration mess. and I guess this has not yet been enlightened with joints yet. Maybe I should try jointifying this thing. We can also bring the spool and the motor in here. Maybe this is still in the land of being kind of freeform, and I don't quite know where I actually want this stuff to be yet. I also don't have to put the motor at a 90-degree angle like that. It's just that if this is my wall mount, and I want the heavy stuff as close as possible to the wall, then 90 degrees is actually the best angle for that to be at. That to be scraping in the load cell. So just doing that ends up making this quite a bit taller than I was hoping it would be. Oh yeah, thanks for taking care of the other spammer. And maybe I need like a bot that hangs out in the YouTube chat and is just like, this chat is only for spammers, the real chat is over here. Be nice if you could set an IRC style slash topic in there. I mean, I can put it in the stream description, but nobody will look at that. I can put it in the video like next to wherever the chat is overlaid, and maybe people will see that once I actually get my stuff together to do that. So some things I like about this, I like how everything is nice and in plane. I don't have a lot of torques pulling at weird angles here. This load cell is very in the way. I mean, it's not that in the way, like placing it right here works as long as I'm back at my strategy where I do my maintenance by taking off a cover from this side. Because if I'm entering it through this side, then there's no way I'm getting to the spool through that load cell. If I'm maintaining it on this side, then I can, I can kind of reach around the front cover of the spool to do the winding, I hope. Because that's going to also be tricky. Like, the spool isn't going to come apart into two halves. The cover will come off of this part with the bearing, but then you'll have to still kind of be able to reach in and attach the cord. But if the whole cover is coming off, there should be plenty of room to reach, whatever angles you need to get that through. Yeah, definitely. What Piotr's saying here, that when I'm off the stream, I should fix the link so that it's visible both in the video and hopefully in the YouTube and the description and stuff. We'll definitely do that after I end the stream, which I think I might try to hold out until 8 hours just to make it for the sake of having made it, but then I probably want to like eat something and not be streaming. just have a little bit of a break, whatever it is. I mean, let's also maybe think about how this can be reorganized, because this pulley doesn't need to be way up there necessarily. There's other ways that could work. I should also maybe build that. Oh, maybe that's a thing to do, to make a wider idler. Say that too fast and your tongue will explode. Because I want something which will go in between this idler, wherever it ends up being, and the actual spool. I mean, maybe this is fine. I'm just imagining the cord scraping against this edge a lot as it winds around on the spool. Yeah, well, let's try designing that maybe. Is there any way I can reuse the little idler? I kind of want to just copy, excuse me, kind of want to just copy this design and change the sketch without actually referencing this one anymore. Can I do that? Copy to. Can I just put it here? I guess now I just have two identical documents. Let's rename this one. That'll be our wider idler, which is currently behind my webcam, but I'll be opening it in just a sec. Well, there's my wider idler. Oh, is that my horizontal dimension? This 10 here? No, that's part of the axes. How did I dimension this? Is it this, I guess? Oh. So that's part of it. Um, I feel like this is just like a fragile thing made of glass, and the minute I touch anything when it's under constrained, it's just going to go blow up. Is there really no working undo for this? Oh no, wait, there is an undo. I guess I was having some unrelated trouble last time I tried to undo in a sketch. I think I just kind of want this to be pointy in the middle. I mean, I could give it a little flat spot, but I don't know if that's going to be a thing. Yeah, now I've got these extra bits. Do I need this line at all? It's like, can I sneeze and sigh at the solver at the same time? Maybe I undo to get past that. All right, well, I think aside from, oh geez, what is happening here? What? Oh, that was part of my hold-in contraption, which was getting squished. Maybe modifying the other pulley wasn't the easiest option. Oh, I thought... Oh. I thought I had something constraining between these two, but maybe I don't. Oh, which of these invisibly different objects am I looking for? Alright, I think something like that. I still don't even know if this actually works. What is going on here? Alright, Now, what was this even? What? I might have to look at the other idler to see what this was even supposed to be doing. Oh yeah, I think I can probably figure out how to have the chat not take up quite so much screen space. This is just very, very little optimization has gone into this so far because I've done literally all of this on the stream. And see, like right now I can only really change that as one thing. I think something narrow on the side of the screen with some alpha might be the way to go, but we'll have to look into that a little bit later. Don't really feel like doing that on the stream because that's the kind of thing that's like way more annoying to do on the stream than off. So this is the other one. Oh yeah, this was just a really little nubby thing. That was just for holding it in, and it was supposed to be kind of trapezoidal shaped. Why can I not move that? Okay, something like that. I don't really know what I want the angles to be, so I might leave those unconstrained for a bit. This dimension is important. If I'm really going to make this the wider idler I want, then what? How did that, why would that overconstrain the sketch? Because I can, oh jeez, what are you doing? Maybe this needs some more constraints before I can do much with it. Whoa. What was I doing there? I thought I just pushed something in a weird way, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I was just sliding that. I think I just want to stick this vertex to this line. Oh, what did I do? Oh, how far back? How did I do that? So what part of this is just completely collapsing? Like, I assume it's related to this width. Okay, before when I did that it said it would overconstrain it, but now not so much. Alright. Oh, this screw is also completely backwards. So let's fix a couple things here. Let's make all this construction geometry later. Oh, maybe that is right. Okay, never mind. Just this is too long now. Oh, that's pretty much what the sketch was saying. I think I just need to fix the sketch. Wildmania is suggesting I take a break. I definitely think I'm ready for a break. I'm just being stubborn. That is a huge mess. I need to fix that. Where did that even come from? Oh, that's this thing. It just got really mangled. Can I fix these angles too? Will that help? I need to fix the angles and the center position at this point, because I thought the center position was fine, but clearly none of this is at the right center position. Can I set these two equal? But at what cost? I think I just turned it inside out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't have a ton of experience with SolidWorks, but the little experience I do have seems to go kind of against this in some ways. I also kind of miss the thing, which I think this was SolidWorks, where it would just actually tell you how many things were constrained or over, under or over constrained. Okay. I think I want to make this line and this line collinear. If I can even select them both. Yes. All right, seems better. This is closer to the wider idler that I wanted. I actually dimensioned that again for once. Ooh, nice font. Looks like is that LaTeX Computer Modern or is it something else? So all of this is the distance that the bearing has to be pushed through, which could be a little annoying. I'll probably need to make like a little pusher tool, like a cylinder that's the same size as the outer diameter. But the rest of this seems okay-ish. I mean, this is not going to be long enough, but let me try moving the screw. Maybe I can use a joint again. Why the earthquake? That wasn't even the earthquake I wanted. Can we set this offset to 0? Yeah, that's more what I wanted that time. Oh, except flipped from that, actually. All right, so screw fits in there. Other part on that side. Great. Now we can give this a little bit of a curve. What did I set that inner diameter with anyway? Yeah, that's just 2 millimeters. All right. So now the bearing is still right where most of the force is going to be, but if the cord wanders off to one side, we'll have this pushing it back on track. I wonder if that should be steeper, though. In fact, I don't think I've even really set the steepness yet. Can I dimension this, maybe? Ooh, yeah, 10 millimeters. How about that? Wider idler. So this is basically going to be the one that tries to help the cord wind around the spindle. What are we complaining about here? Target body error. Okay. Great, now we just have this body. Something like this. I need a lathe to make some Delrin idlers. Ooh, what are those? This sounds interesting. Dowlin idlers? Did I type that right? Delrin idlers. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this would be very fast to iterate on a lathe, I'm sure. I could try different designs and even make like a test jig to see which ones actually work better. Oh man, that is really deep in there. That's going to be really annoying to get the bearing in. I think that needs a bit of a slope. Is that already kind of unconstrained or what? No. What is going on with that line? Huh. That's better. Yeah, that might be a lot easier to deal with. No, no. Just this little one. Dimension, just that one, please. That seems easier to deal with, and I can make that mechanically stronger for the holder. Oh, Delrin. Yeah, no, lathing, using them out of, turning some some idlers out of Delrin would be really nice, I'm sure. What is this even for? Whoa, I have two of these? What was that supposed to be for? Why did I end up with two separate revolve operations? I don't think I want those still. That must have been for the other... Oh, that's right. That's right. One of these was for the things that hold the bearing in, and one of them was for the rest of it. Which one was which? Oh, I think by making that a construction line, I can't separate those out. I think that was what I did wrong. Okay. That change, and then both of these need changing. Oh, the bolt's in backwards. I need to remember that. Not even quite sure to do multiple selection here. Trying to edit this revolve. I want these two. Does that only work if I don't have an axis selected? Because I can select those two, then I can go back and add an axis. Oh, do I have a construction axis here, or I think I'm just doing this around the x-axis. Okay, then the next revolve. That's this one, and I think we just want this one to be the little hold-in nubs. There we go. New body. Sketch. Extrusions. Sketch. Extrusions. That wasn't right. Okay. I think that part is fixed. And the screw is attached the right way with the joint, and there's a fillet in the middle, and we'll do some more fillets on the edges, why not? Okay, maybe that. Is that the idler we're looking for? Section analysis, this thing. place to put in the bolt. A lot of room to hopefully hold it onto something. Hold in nubs. All right. I think that might be another part ready for trying out. 3D print one, see how it does, throw it in the other sketch. I mean, it's a little annoying maybe that, that this pulley doesn't have edges. Like, it could theoretically just fall right off, but... Oh, US Water Rockets is asking if I want to turn the hidden lines back on. So actually, I did turn those off intentionally because I, at the time, wanted less clutter, but now that I know where it is, I can turn it on and off pretty easily. Like, sometimes I really want a wireframe. The default mode is good for most things. I just was annoyed that I didn't think there was a way to change it. That's kind of nice, too. This is what I had it at before. For the entire design, this can be a little annoying, but yeah, this is nice. It would be nice if this showed the outlines of curves, like the edge of the cylinder. Well, is there something I can do easily to give this a little edge? So yeah, I think I want this one and this one to be collinear. The solver's still doing something there that seems difficult. Anyway, let's just make that, whoa, like 3 millimeters. See what that looks like. That makes me feel a little better. And yes, the chamfers are having trouble, whatever. Or the fillets, I don't even have chamfers here. Maybe an entire millimeter. That's cute. That seems soft. Let's get these two edges too, why not? That seems better if it all fits into our design. Wider idler. Inserting the wider idler. Oh yeah, let's make this one show hidden lines too. Yeah, that's much nicer. So then this one might be able to replace something like that idler, but for the moment, let's just put it right there. Actually, this can go kind of over here because the motor sticks out for a bit. Oh, I wanted my construction planes and points and all that back. Let's create those. I mean, this one is symmetric, but... Oh, actually, maybe I'll just make a mid-plane using the bearing. That might be convenient. Yeah. And then an axis. No, I don't ever want to just move that. I get that these axes try hard to stay out of the way, but it does make them hard to select when you actually want to select them. I might still need to make these longer. Well, I think mostly I just wanted a point to go with these, actually. Point at edge and plane. Great. That will help us line this thing up. Oh, I just like shot right past 8 hours, didn't I? It's like 8 hours, 20 minutes now. Maybe I should actually wrap it up. I don't know where Tuco is. I know he's inside because I shut the door. He just has a lot of hiding spaces. Let's try moving this. Point to point on the point that is so hidden. How can I make this easier to see? Oh, even in wireframe, it doesn't seem to respect your visual style. There's a point in there somewhere. If I dig for it in here, that worked. Okay. Target body. Let's maybe start with this point and then move it. Oh, yawn, yawn, yawn. Ugh. That seems better. So that can wind onto the middle, then a lot of this can move around. Civilization-esque one more thing stage, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely some good points in the chat. So this one does have notifications, which is nice. And it won't go away as soon as the stream does, so people can hang out in between streams, or I can even, like, maybe if I'm really awesome at planning, I can know ahead of time when a stream is going to happen, and I can try to announce them. That would be really cool. I just destroyed the movement I was trying to do. Okay, well anyway, this idler, if I'm just going to kind of push it as far as it can go, like, it could go way over here, and that isn't really a problem. It's just going to... Oh, it could even be in front of the motor, because I think there's enough room for that. Wow. That would make this a little bit... Like, if this was going to be the edge that it wall mounts on, then that would actually extend it a little bit, so maybe I don't want to do that. Anyway, this might be time to start putting in some very broad construction lines for where the enclosure boundaries might be. think that's like the boundary of the enclosure. Basically, it'll give me like 4 millimeters past the motor, but. Maybe this is a good place to end it. Because I don't entirely know where all these pieces go, but I think they're roughly in the right position, and I think we need to think about this a little more, and possibly I just need to stare at this in CAD when I'm not quite so tired from streaming for 8.5 hours. Let me see if I can find the cat so we can at least say goodbye to him properly. Hey, Duke, where are you hanging out, little guy? Found the Tuco. Anytime I've had the door open a lot and then I have trouble finding Tuco, it brings back bad memories of losing him, but he was just upstairs looking out the window. Well, this will be a very elaborate cat toy when it's done. How's the printer doing? Still printing. Seems pretty successful this time, but we won't know how well the bearings fit until later. All right, well, I think it's finally time to wrap up this most epic of streams so far, but if I can find the button I'm even looking for. But yeah, we'll continue with this later. It is Sunday here. I feel like I lost a day because I spent pretty much all of yesterday just sick, but I guess we got Monday coming up again soon, but we'll have some voltage glitching streams going on then, and whenever I can, I'll squeeze in more time to work on this project. Now I'm like, I need to bring up chat to see if there's anything I'm missing, like right at the end of the stream. And then I'm like, how do I even use computers? Yeah, new chat. So, oh, the very end of that is way at the bottom. But yeah, a lot of work into this cat toy, but I really like my cat and I like making things, so I put a lot of work into a lot of things because I just like doing that. But yeah, good night everyone. I'll see you on the other side on the next stream. Happy hacking, everyone.